Okay, we're back with more Disco Elysium. Let me try to cut this body down before the day ends and actually do my job. Or we could dick around for another 4 hours. It's fine. 5 hours. Let me see. Deal is with quests here. Try to do the karaoke one, but I haven't found that tape yet. Pissing competition. We also don't authorize access. May take a while. I went in the secret passage. Let's go check the pawn shop for that. Dicking around is my job. Old lady who I don't want to mess around with. Might be more I can do in here still that I haven't gotten around to. Case for strike, press button behind guard. No lockpicking or door kicking this one. Fair enough.
Your body betrays your degeneracy.
Yeah, Measurehead. His body totally betrays his degeneracy.
My body does not betray my degeneracy. Size him up first.
Are you admiring my morphophysiology? It must be frightening to stand in the shadow of this racial pinnacle. Be calm, I'm Sandwich. You are not in danger because you are not a threat to me.
My body's unimportant.
That is precisely the negligence that has led you to succumb to Al-Ghul. You reek of it. An invisible sword of Al-Ghul emerges from your throat. You cannot see it, but others can. It is making the woman in my company sick.
You're right, I'm an alcoholic. Now I need to enter the harbor.
No, you don't. You need to get another drink. Occidental Haplogroup B4 is done giving orders around here. The influence of the Am Sandwich race is waning.
What?
Does this remind you of someone? The guy down there?
You're just him after pumping some iron.
Look at my craniology. I am the pinnacle of my haplogroup. The pink blob is a bad example, even of yours. It saddens me. You were once a noble and powerful race. You gave the world eugenics, electricity, and powerful weapons of war like missiles and aerostatic aircraft. You made great gains in metallurgy, race theory, and statecraft. You dominated
Interesting list of
lesser
things.
cultures, like the deformed Hemians and the inexplicably potato-obsessed Khoikos. But now your ascent to the genetic summit has halted. You are obsessed with sadness and with frivolous pop culture.
The writing in this game.
You will be superseded. Isn't that right, babe?
It is, baby, yeah. You know it.
There is a button right behind him, just out of reach. It must be the one that opens the door to the harbor.
You're right about all this. Now I just need you to let me go into the harbor.
Enough with this begging. You should leave the stage of history with dignity by inviting the other races to a great world war. Bring your troops to the Simonine Islands and to Boogie Street, and we will pulverize you. When you are gone, we will build a museum for you. The walls will
Measurehead
be
is a
lined
lot.
with bottles of Al Ghul, your beloved beverage. Inside, we will store the odes to homosexuality you call art, and your microcephalic skulls.
There may be a peaceful solution to this. You could internalize Measurehead's race theory. He would take you as one of his own.
Become a Seminese supremacist?
Well, yes. Why? Don't you want to be a Seminese supremacist? So what if you're not Seminese? You can be anything.
I don't want to subscribe to his theory, but I have a good stat for it. Let's see what happens.
Ask what kind of races there are first. Classification is core to this stuff.
What kind of different races are there?
Do you?
Relinquish the opportunity to learn advanced race theory. Boy, would I like to. This is for the thing.
You are obviously a liberal, Sayerite. A polyculturalist. I can see it from your love of microtechnology and your sartorial choices. Do not deny your friend the truth you have denied yourself. There are 3 categories of race. Type A,
He pronounces some things
the
as great.
heroic races. Type B, the servile races. And the vile
Cauldron of
CF
pederasty.
race cauldron of
God.
pederasty. Which one do you need education on?
Let's do this one.
I knew you would go straight for the vile cauldron. Everyone does. You need
Chimeric.
to first
God.
learn about type A and B to appreciate the depravity of the chimeric races.
Yeah, I mean, otherwise, it just won't make any sense.
Thanks, Measureheads, babe.
Yes, it would seem nonsensical.
Those are the Simonese, the Areopagite, and the Occidentals, excluding the Mao, of course.
Of course.
The Maun are riddled with eczema to the point where they find it impossible to smile. They are all
Eczema and lactose intolerance are the
common
reason.
result of inbreeding. A receding genetic pool has led the Maun on reprehensible street parades in Maun cities like Stadskanal and Vredefort, wearing wooden clogs on their feet and little green tassels on their hats.
Who exactly are they?
You know them by the names of their nation states. The Oranese, the Gotwaldians, and the Königsteiners. My people simply call them Mao.
Mahoon is a derogative term for first world people of Gotwaldian descent.
They do not
They
all
do
have
not
eczema.
all have eczema. Also, people of Katla, like the Suru and the Uhu, are much more lactose intolerant.
Do many of them have eczema, Encyclopedia? The wooden clogs, though?
In some municipalities of Oranje, people do wear
I picked
shoes
the
made
worst
of
skill.
to street parades.
It's funny, though. I'm enjoying
Green,
it.
Orange, and even yellow tassels have also been seen on hats.
The Maun are proof that you can have too much Occidental racial purity and tassel-centric culture. Inbreeding has led to a lactose-intolerant subrace whom no one can take seriously.
So they can't eat cheese without pooping?
Colorful tassels are, let's be honest, not a good sartorial choice for this century. You might want to avoid wooden clogs too.
Who are type A?
Vespertines and Messenians of Vesper and Messina, the ancient Meteorans of Meteo by the golden Pisantic Sea, the Suren of Sur-la-Clé, and even the North Königsteiners, all have type A race propensities. The other large primordial civilization.
This is the best possible use of my time.
Too yellow and oleaginous to count as a heroic race. True, they are violent and expansionist, but they have a glandular problem. Overproduction of sebum. Sebum is leaking into their brains.
What?
Making them listen to El Mariachi music and eat toxic minced meat-based food, which in turn only produces more sebum.
Like, actual real-world racists believe equally stupid things. Let's just double underline that, right?
As proven by the Mound and the Mask, Occidental Type A is in retrograde. The Seminese and the Areopagites are on the ascent. The indigenous people of this, the Insulindian archipelago. The Seminese inhabit the southern islands. I am Seminese, from the stock of Uluruir on Ile de Fantôme.
I think they had a lot of fun coming up with like the place names in this.
The Areopagites are the master race of the Ile Maran deserts. The Seminese are descendants of the Areopagites. We came here during a heroic migration from Ile Maran to Ansuland, thousands of years before the lactose-intolerant Mound Occidentals discovered this place.
The power of cheese.
The Areopagites are sleek, long-headed. The Seminese are powerful, mesomorphic. The former is an immutable progenitor, unchanged since the Super Isola of Pericarnassus.
Of course.
Ancient brains rest in their slender skulls.
He falls silent, contemplating the beauty and the mystery.
The latter is perfected and adapting. Together they form the Simeno-Areopagite or Simeopagite super race. That is all. There are no more Type A races in the world.
Nature was not capable of more.
Thanks, Inland Empire.
Type B are the unheroic races.
I saw somebody made a
competitors of the great
list of skills from this game, but with all the characters from Twin Peaks representing each one.
Mud-colored people.
It was in the Twin Peaks subreddit. I'm not like looking for Disco Elysium spoilers. Probably has been posted before and I just didn't know what the hell it was.
Goikos of Grad, Hugo, Zimsk, Chest et al. Are what you would call white officer in a suspect description.
Yes. To an untrained eye, the Koiko appear white and pinkish, like a ham sandwich. But look into their eyes and you will see. They are of an indistinct color, and so is their skin. Unhealthy, muddy, and ashen. Pinkness is a racial quality that has to be earned through centuries of advanced ballistic warfare and cultural domination that the Grad people have undergone for drinking Al-Rul and smoking the degenerate tobacco.
Yeah, I love this guy.
And for eating potato. The Koiko, the countless micronationalities of Grad, are all inexplicably obsessed.
I think they gave him some
the only thing
leeway with how to pronounce things.
Divided into microscopic ethnostates, like political amoeba.
Wouldn't he be one for ethnostates?
You don't like ethnostates?
They are microscopic. The Semeno-Areopagite superstate will cover the entire remaining planetary crust, uninterrupted. From Holy Semenine to the Boreal Plateau of Katla. Its leaders will be the genetic epitome of the Semenese and Areopagite stock, elected by nature, not the base inner spoilage called demos. The Vacholians, halfway between Type A and the racial called Ron. Two mixed to know right from wrong. You tried your
Yeah, this is my decision to learn his critical race theory.
It was the
Ooh.
single greatest failure committed by humans in our
It's an enormous amount of voice-acted dialogue for that.
on this planet.
82,000 year history. Huh. See, there's been a couple... I feel like they're doing this on purpose, right? Like, the lady who... And you're like, what century is it? She's like, civilization's been around for 8,000 years. And you're like, okay, that doesn't really narrow it down. And then humans have been here for 82,000 years. Okay, it doesn't really narrow it down. I see what you're doing.
82,000 years
We know this doesn't take place on Earth, though.
History. You have very little idea of what is happening, but that seems a little off.
Go away, stupid political thoughts. Pretty sure history hasn't lasted that long.
The mysteries of the people of this planet are a tragedy that has played out countless times over, like a fever dream of skin, hair, and bone. Wake up, naive chess piece.
Or naive chess piece to sheeple.
The revolution came to Ravachol from Grad, in Zarath-ridden potato carts. It is literally an illness, a prion disease that leaves the parietal and frontal lobe ridden with holes. A soft, sponge-like mass of dementia, hallucination, and paranoia. The revolution is fatal familial insomnia. A hereditary prion condition passed from the Koiko to the Occidentals. But not sexually. Probably through trade routes and potate acid, the prime component of the potato plant.
Of course, it's potatoes that are the cause of this.
Their mediocrity. Tips CF are a museum of failed chimeric experiments and tragic maladaptations. They are tortured creatures waiting to be put to sleep. Your morbid interest in them worries me.
Experiments?
Lesser races like the mosquito, a grotesque mixture of a masked woman and a Seminese man. Only possible if the mother is masked and the father Seminese. The other way around, they fail to produce offspring. The mosquito is born sterile, like a donkey. All they have left is to ride customized motor carriages with hydraulic suspension, listening to aggressive El Mariachi music to vent their impotent despair.
It seems unlikely that two human beings produce genetically sterile offspring.
Yeah, I think so too. Thanks, logic.
You are right. You have misunderstood. You lack basic phylogenetic education. Then there is the Semino-Koiki Chimera. Are you sure you wish to know of the Semino-Koiki Chimera? It is not an aesthetic science.
Better not. The Semino Koika Chimera sounds like something more than I can handle right now.
That is understandable. Were there more fortunate tips you needed to be educated about?
Do I understand this now?
You understand nothing. To solve the great race enigma, you have to first ask yourself, what is the race enigma? You have not even worded the mystery, let alone solved it.
Will you let me into the harbor if I do?
We will see.
Access to the Union is important for our investigation, but there may be another way in, without becoming a race theoretician.
Am I mildly worried he might take it seriously? The lieutenant thinks. Yes, I am, he concludes. I am worried.
Well, I was excited about becoming a radical feminist. I'm not very excited about becoming a fantasy world advanced race theoretician. But it's compatible with my stats. Fuck. I'm doing it so I can press a button, right? That makes it okay? Jesus. You tell yourself that. I know, right? Sunk costs. I've already spent all this time talking to this guy. Fine.
You need to internalize what you have heard here today, then return to me. This clarity does not come instantly.
At least it'll be a good example of a thought that I could delete immediately, right?
I cannot possibly imagine what else.
Knock him out after all that.
Your love for disco music and venereal disease.
Anything about this mug?
He does not so much as glance at the object.
Put this into the trash lately?
Stop showing me your pathetic cup. I have no interest in it.
He had nothing to do with it. Hey. Psst.
Who, me?
Yes, you. Word on the street is you're ready to start building communism again.
Again?
Yes, you're ready to start building communism again. You've built it before. They've built it before. Hasn't really worked out yet. But neither has love. Should we just stop building love, too?
Can't argue with that.
So, what about all that communism you've promised to build? Word on the street is you've woken up from 1,000 years of slumber, promising to erect a version of communism many times greater than any attempted before. Is that true?
Yes.
You keep saying things like, down with the bourgeoisie, eat the rich, sodomize the landowners, impale all people who have more than 25 real in their pockets, literally murder all human beings regardless of their political beliefs.
I mean, not
that kind of stuff.
A couple of those, but not all of those.
Funky style. Very funky. So tell me, do you have any questions before we fire up the big communism builder? Or do we get right down to it?
What's this communism even about?
Failure. It's about failure.
Failure?
Yes. Abject failure. Total, irreversible defeat on all fronts. Absolutely vanquished, beaten, curb-stomped and pissed on. Until you came along. You will reverse the fortune of the workers of the world. You alone, against every living thing, against every human alive. 800 trillion real in the hands of an impossibly well-organized ruling class. Towering city blocks of bankmen who have the ears of prime ministers. Million-headed armies of nations and the love of your own mother. You against the atom, the charm and the spin, where the whole world failed. Matter failed to bend to human will. Human will failed to get out of bed and tie its laces. You alone, single-handedly, will rebuild the dreams of the working class. You are the last communist.
Love this game.
Now get to work.
You are the last communist. Opt in.
Oh yeah. Get the firing squads and the animal wagons ready.
Firing squads?
Too late to back out now. You can't make an omelette without breaking a few million eggs.
I am the last communist, and I got 0 experience points from that process, but 2 more thoughts that I don't have room for in my head. Incredible. 3 hours. Fooled by the absurdity. Plus making up your own races. In the eye of this race Empyrean. God. Okay. Hop back over to the pawn shop here.
Looking for something?
Racist lorry guy. There's maybe more stuff I can do with the car radio. Maybe a sea monster did this to the plaza? Of course. Not the kind that I can get, though, to bring back to this person.
Hello, sir. Step right in. The store is open.
I am the law.
Are you interested in a new and exciting book?
It's okay if I ask you some
Okay,
questions.
sir. I'll try to answer any questions you have. I hope they're about books.
What is your
My name
name?
is Annette, sir. My mum, her name is Plaisance. She owns the store. She's inside minding the register or organising the stock. Feel free to step in and browse our wares.
Are you sitting out here in the
I'm
cold?
signalling that the store is open. Otherwise, people might not know. They'd miss out on the crime, romance, and biographies of famous people.
Oh, I just saw the sign there on the
A
left.
sudden gush of wind turns the pages of the books on the counters. She covers her face, smiling. But she's cold.
I could help by brutally dismantling the free market.
Oh, no, sir. I'm happy to help Mum by luring in customers. Besides, I have some hot juice in my vacuum bottle to keep warm.
Pate. Takes willpower to read the author's name. Really need to get about, like, being a detective. Clearly I have to do this first.
The display rack is brimming with worn paperbacks featuring an extremely muscular, sword-wielding barbarian on the cover. Nearly all the titles contain the word Hyundai somewhere.
Tell me about the Muscle Man books.
Oh, Man from Hyundai. A very popular series of adventure novels. They're awfully immoral and violent books.
I think this is the lady I called on the
Blood and
button
violence,
earlier.
scantily clad women, epic narratives, all those mystical things he encounters. They're bound to grab those with little imagination and nothing to do.
What should I start with?
They're all the same. However, the customer is always right, they say. If you're a novice of the series, I'd recommend Hyundalaman, the man from Hyundai. It's supposed to be a good introduction to the series.
Incredible name. Gotta save my money.
Welcome to Crime, Romance, and Biographies of Famous People. My name is Plaisance. Be welcome, and please take responsibility for the energy you bring into this space.
Before you go on, can you give me some money?
Sir, don't be ridiculous.
I've failed every
I
single one of
certainly
these
will not give you
opportunities.
money. I would be doing you a grave psychic disfavor. One has to earn one's success, even if one is a police officer. Handouts are nothing but manipulation. All they do is make you dependent.
So you
Certainly
say.
there are good things to be said about dependence.
You misunderstand me. I'm a powerful feudal lord. I demand tribute. Good practice for fighting our common
Now,
enemy.
hey there. Sounds like someone isn't taking responsibility for the energy they bring into this space. Fighting enemy. My philosophy is everyone just getting along.
That would certainly be very easy.
You see a set of tattered curtains blocking the way to another room. A strange cage-like trinket dangles from the curtains.
Excuse me, officer. The back room is strictly for
Here.
employees only.
It's behind the curtains.
Nothing. Now please go back to browsing the books. Don't you feel compelled to look at the books? The books are all you care about.
She speaks almost as if she's trying to put a spell on you, urging you to buy more books. Oddly enough, the more she tries to draw you away from the curtains, the more alluring they become. You see some kind of charm, an irregular polyhedron assembled from bones, sticks, and straw. Inside, a disturbing fish head with empty eye sockets stares at you. This is a traditional Seminese ward, meant to provide protection against ill luck, bad dreams, curses, and other supernatural scourges. Inhabitants of Ile de Fantôme, the Seminine Islands down south. Aside from poking at it suspiciously, there is nothing else to do with the fish head charm at this time. Just as you're about to pull apart the curtains, the petrified voice of the shop owner cries out once more.
Sir, don't touch that. I told you it's off limits for the customers. Parapsychologically speaking, we're done if you decide to open them. I won't be held responsible for the consequences. It's too dangerous.
She looks away, mumbling. Why is everyone always messing with the curtains? Why can't they just buy books like normal people?
Police officer.
Why? It's not like anyone was killed there.
Baffled by her own bluntness.
I don't mean to be so impolite. Just please don't go there. I can't allow that. You'll only make things worse and unleash the powers.
But I sense this place calling for me.
You do? My God, even more reasons not to mess with the curtains. Just step away, dear sir. Thank you. Let's just talk about this first, all right?
What are you, a coward? Think about the marvelous adventures waiting for us on the other side.
Talking is always good. Go see what she has to say. There is something mysterious about the curtains. Be careful. The curtains, tattered with age and covered in dust, hang
Rip them
before
apart.
you.
This time for real.
Welcome to crime. Be welcome. And please take responsibility for the energy you bring into this space.
Are you the owner of the store?
The proudest owner of our little shop of culture.
Daughter's outside the store,
yes,
right?
My daughter. I hope she wasn't slacking off again with her nose in science fiction. Tell me, was she at her post doing her job like a proper girl?
Of course.
Wonderful. Did you talk to her?
Yes.
Great. On a scale of 1 to 10, how compelled were you to buy books after talking with her?
Her opinion of her daughter depends on how well she lured you into the store.
I'm not gonna grade a human being. I don't do that. Say 10.
My precious, her dedication brings joy to my heart. If you have children, I hope they turn out as great as Mayonette.
I'm here to dismantle the free market and abolish child labor.
Mind your own business, sir. In our society, people don't get to tell each other how to raise their children. It's none of your or anyone's business.
Denial is the way she copes with criticism.
You must be kidding. There's nothing like that happening.
How much do you pay the
Good,
kid?
sir. What does a young child do with money anyway? No, I save it for her as a fund. She's securing her financial future out there.
Such criminal behavior would not happen in more developed countries.
Some more developed countries, this sort of thing is 2 felonies: child labor and slavery.
Those countries will realize they've raised a lazy and spoiled generation. Are we done with the jokes now?
Yes, we've had quite enough fun here. Right.
The woman before you scans the store, her shoulders rigid and tense. Every now and then, she nudges her glasses.
Are you so uptight about the
I already
curtains?
told you, it's just a storage room for employees. I don't understand why it's so important to you. Just let it go, officer. Go buy some goddamn books. You're supposed to be drawn to the books.
It's just a storage room. Why does it have a Seminese ward protecting
It's
it?
just for decoration. Okay, fine. It's just because this place is cursed, just like everyone said. They don't call it the doomed commercial area for nothing. Are you happy now, officer? Happy that you've ruined everything?
How does the curse manifest
curse.
itself?
Is so much worse than you could imagine. It's a disease, eating at the very foundation. It's the curse of financial distress, of ruin and bankruptcy.
Didn't that curtain just move?
What's that
Everyone knows
mean?
that all the previous companies in this building have sooner or later declared bankruptcy, and their malicious spirits are still here, feeding off bad business practices and disappointing income statements. There's something wrong with this building, I can tell you. Ever since I arrived, I've sensed an eerie, lingering presence, as if I was unwanted here.
Sounds familiar.
I feel unwanted too. What does it mean?
So? Perhaps the dark energies are leeching off you. You shouldn't stay in the store too long. It may be dangerous.
So I mean to take the case, I could investigate, see if the curse is real.
Certainly not. I don't want anyone who's not familiar with the psychic arts to get involved in this mess. Stay away. Leave the spirits be.
It's definitely
so
a
they
better
can
use of my
return to their
time than
slumber.
cutting down the body or solving the murder.
My liege, you know what this case calls for? A para-detective.
Drama. Gave smart-ass parenting advice. I love that the circumstance modifiers have jokes in them themselves.
Time to fire up the old lie machine.
No.
The lieutenant looks at you, waiting to see where this is going. You've got this. Just go with it. This is elegant.
Old crime bros.
You're called... what? What is this, a joke, Mr. Policeman? Do you commit crimes together or what?
He turns away, not before you can see a small hint of a
Aw,
smile.
it was worth it to
He's
make
struggling
Kim
to not
laugh.
crack up. Technically, that's what crime bros would do. Yes. Commit crimes.
No, we're called crime bros because we like to solve crimes as brothers in arms.
Sir, I really don't have time for your jokes. The situation is very serious.
Incredible. Well, we're 40 minutes in and I haven't gained a single experience point, but Tome of Fascist Magic.
This bookstore is not strictly about crime, romance, and biographies of famous people. There's also a wide range of paranatural literature. Amidst the various books, you find one written by someone named Matthias W. Dundas. It's about wholeness, unity, balance. These three things are very important to the working class mind.
Thank you,
The
Rhetoric.
point of the book, and many others on this shelf, is to give people medicinal advice in situations where they don't have access to paid health services.
How does that work? It doesn't.
It serves platitudes, while also telling everyone that traditional medicine, the kind people don't have access to, and which costs more than this book, is garbage, and would only give you cancer anyway, without even curing your cold or anything.
Incredible.
Wholeness, unity, balance, on the other hand, can basically take care of anything. Though it is important to note, when it's up to your mind to heal yourself, then it's because of your mind that you're ill in the first place.
It's like homeopathy or crystal
The book
healing.
features chapters on topics such as how to find magnesium. It even lists plants you can harvest magnesium from. How to continue drinking if you're an alcoholic who has destroyed his liver. And there's even a chapter on the ancient Seraïs tradition of using duck gallbladder preservatives to treat and prevent sexually transmitted diseases. Pre and post factum apply. Nothing worth buying. This is just mundane garbage. What's even paranatural about this?
Find something truly otherworldly. I fail another
The throbbing
83%
mind
check. Hey.
increases with every passing moment you gaze at this shelf. Suddenly, as if out of nowhere, a small green book becomes apparent. The title of
Pale?
it reads, Medicinal Purposes of the Pale. The book contains very little explanation on the matter. This knowledge seems to be taken for granted. The book contains descriptions of various pseudoscientific therapies, alternative medicines, and folk remedies involving the pale, also known as le territoire.
I'm very quickly losing control of my character. It's like, all right, I'll be a radical feminist. Like, wait, shit,
For
what?
example, it recommends vigorously swatting one's
Pseudoscientific
naked body
therapies
with
and critical
venom
race theory?
or
No.
hand cream, made from the
Let me go
leafy
back to
twigs
the
of a
alcohol.
young birch tree from the near pale.
Sounds
It is
painful.
supposedly invigorating and good for the circulation.
What
It
else?
also recommends consuming distilled spirits like vodka or whiskey that have been aged in the pail. Readers are instructed to cover these jars in a shallow hole just inside the pail and leave them there for 30 to 60 days, depending on the potency desired.
What does this pale aged liquor
Among other
do?
benefits, it is alleged to restore a damaged liver to perfect health. That seems improbable.
Yeah. I should get my hands on some of that.
For general health and well-being, readers are encouraged to take regular strolls through the pail, though a sidebar cautions readers to limit each stroll to less than an hour.
Oh, of course.
These strolls promise to cleanse the mind
Great.
of worries and the body of toxins, especially if the perambulator performs this ritual in the nude. Nudity figures prominently in a number of these prescriptions.
Toxin is another word like purity that's kind of an instant red flag. I mean, there is such a thing as actual chemical toxins, but the word has been so horrifically abused by like the woo-woo crystal healing community.
This is exactly what you need. There's an entire section devoted to cures for men who are struggling to perform their marital obligations.
I probably need that.
Excuse me, sir. I believe you've been perusing that particular volume long enough. If you'd like to continue reading, I must insist you buy it.
Maybe when I get some money later.
Rigorous self-critique. Here it is. Hard facts from the man you are. You once jerked off in the locker room and were caught. You held a young woman by the arm and kept her in your apartment for 20
Oh,
minutes
gross.
against her will. That's right. These are not flights of fancy. These are real deeds, Harry, emerging from the darkness of
Harry.
your past. You tried shooting a fleeing suspect in the foot, but hit him in the pelvis, crippling him for life. And, above all, you let life defeat you. All the gifts your parents gave you, all the love and patience of your friends, you drowned in a neurotoxin. You let misery win, and it will keep on winning till you die, or overcome it.
I like the flavor of this, that when you fail, you gain morale and health. And it increases your pain threshold learning cap, but I'm probably not going to be putting points into pain thresholds, so this might be one that I just drop. Oh, I need to you need to use skill points to forget a skill? Oh, geez. Okay, never mind. All about lake trout. Great. Well, I think there's a finite number of slots to unlock as well. I definitely would have spent a skill point on unlocking a slot instead of accidentally putting it into Encyclopedia before. I don't want to reset that now because it would put us back hours, but that's a really huge mistake that I made that I didn't realize how big of a mistake it was at the time. Hopefully it doesn't make the game unwinnable.
The boomboxes on the shelf look well-loved and well-traveled. Chipped, dented, they stare at you with the unblinking eyes of their tape reels.
Said earlier, I don't think it's that kind of a game, though.
One especially catches your eye. Deep gold and amber plastic with a big old handle on top. A classic boombox that says, Stereo 8 approved. This is you. Golden orange. A sunset suite. Just make sure it works before you buy it.
Could this device come in handy in my police work?
If police work means playing tapes, sure. You can use it for that. Or any other time you'd need to play a tape.
A typical Martinez streetlight sits among assorted...
I already expected that. I can just talk to him.
Hello again. How can I help you?
Strange tie incident. I guess the rigorous self-critique, like, if I need healing, is kind of interesting. I can try to hold on to these checks that I'm practically guaranteed to fail. Because there is a little map that keeps track of all those checks, right?
There's a pile of cheap sunglasses in a small box, a variety of shapes and colors.
You like sunglasses, officer? I've got the latest styles right here.
Stylish shades, huh? They'd be even more stylish if you paid for them with net worth. Go over and ask him. Abort. These are hideous. What's more, they don't even fit your face. You can feel them pinching your nose and chafing against your brow.
Damn, officer! You look like a mega secret spy. Very secret. They're practically made for you. I'll let you have them for 2 real and 50 cents.
It's going to be very difficult for anyone to take you seriously with these things on your face.
No, you are definitely not buying those.
Too sensible for those.
Are you sure? But they look so good on you. You should think this through, officer.
These are all boring. Boring third-rate ho-hum sunglasses made of cheap Syrahese plastic. The kind of plastic that melts in the sun. Those UV stickers are almost certainly just there for the show. If anything, these lenses probably direct more UV light into your pupils. A UV magnifier.
Great.
These are all first-rate sunglasses. Premium design, superb material, very cool, UV resistant. These will definitely keep your eyes safe and cool while doing your dangerous police work.
Why not? I've failed so many 80% checks, maybe I'll finally pass a 42% check. Hey! Water blue shades. Sub-insulindic rendezvous.
Oh, very interesting choice, officer. Very high culture.
This is how a sea monster sees the world. You've become a sea monster. Giant, hidden, and strangely tender at heart. All is blue. Yes. But they also make your soul quiver like jello. So deep.
I like the video game version of Zen and the Art of Motorcycle Maintenance.
Wow, officer. You look so cool. And they can be yours for a mere 3 real. My regular customers have passed them all up because they've got no taste. But you found them.
What about these,
The
Kim?
lieutenant tilts his head and steps back, eyes narrowed in a thorough examination. It's a case to him.
You look like a musician. Like a blind musician. But you could do worse. Take them if you want.
Let me definitely waste all my money that I desperately need in order to pay for rent.
A man who knows his style. Much respect.
Sea Monster's vision, +1 or -1 perception. +1 Inland Empire is Sea Monster's soul. Physical instrument. Unsavory odor. Let's keep the +1 interfacing.
You see 2 lowly, defeated speakers, thralls, slaves basically, perched atop them like conquerors surveying the land. A pair of found, durable wear sneakers.
Adidas.
Ultra series.
I can see you with taste for luxury, officer. Can't keep your eyes off those sneakers?
Speaking of luxury, you should go over and ask about paying for those sneakers with your net worth. A pair of Faun Ultras. The design is impossibly sleek and simple. A futuristic silhouette with a sleek monochrome colorway, a jet black upper, and a silver-lined midsole.
Those sneakers, mister. Those sneakers are the latest Faun sneakers. Super air, super fine, super cool. Only 50 real.
Only? That's madness. Faun Ultra. We're the future. You remember the slogan from some magazine. You see a Samaran street vendor surrounded by a motley assemblage of goods. When he realizes you're looking at him, his face breaks into a wide, welcoming grin. The name Sileng is embroidered over his breast pocket.
Happy shopping, officer. Everything's cool here. Everything's cool. The goods are cool, the customers are cool, the place is cool. And one more thing, officer, you're very cool.
Thanks, man.
Bang, 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 bang.
Really? You think I'm cool?
Oh, yes. You got style. You got personal style. You know what you like. You like premium menswear. Look around and browse. Everything looks cool on a guy like you. Take your time.
Don't be distracted by the flattery and funny man act. Questions.
Persuade him to give you money. Let's fail it again.
No need to dress this one up. Just tell him what you want.
Oh, okay. But why, officer?
The game has given me, like, I don't know, 5 opportunities to ask people for money, and I failed the skill check every time. Of course, I got the one that got me sea creature glasses, though. Because I'm corrupt? I don't remember how being corrupt works.
Ah, yes. Money is very important.
Are you trying to ask for a bribe? If so, you're not doing a very good job.
Sorry, detective.
Dumpster diving. For basically no money. Coming up on when I have to go with Kim to kind of debrief for the day, but I haven't found a single doable source of experience points right now. Let me take a look here. Haven't found the ball. Bird's Nest Roy, challenging, legendary, damaged ledger. Oh, I could do the ledger again. Okay, I don't know what changed.
Oh, and the cool piece of toilet paper is stuck to the back.
Oh, it's the case files. All right.
It's proving to be harder than expected. You just don't have the intellectual rigor to patch the quilt back together. Try again later.
Tried. Put down your badge. Those are a reasonable chest check. Measure head. Challenging. And the white ones are the only ones that I have a chance to do again, right? I haven't been back in my room since we started. I might go check that out. I'm getting kind of worried, though. I get all the bottles in the room. Nice.
Kim also tries not to look at the pile of taped viscera on the carpet, or the weird suitcase on the hat rack, or the potted plant dying in the corner. But it's all just too morbid to ignore.
I'm an apolomancer. All I do is say sorry. I'm sorry for this.
No problem, officer.
Hey, I got some XP. This is great.
The bed is cold and not particularly inviting, but it's yours.
Being able to go for all the bottles here is pretty awesome.
The window stands broken in its frame. Cold wind blows in.
So when you get the extra opportunities to re-roll a check that you failed, does that mean that you should try to attempt checks as frequently as possible, as long as they say that they're able to be retried? Because if you were to get a skill up between the point you first encounter an object and when you get an upgrade to that skill, you basically wasted a second attempt opportunity.
A mirror hangs on the wall, covered in steam, as you slowly reach your hand towards the surface of the mirror. Abort. You clearly have not thought this through. You won't like what you see there, and you will never unbecome it.
I don't care.
You have
Incredible.
no idea who this thing is, do you?
I think I'm a superstar. This is the face of a late-stage alcoholic.
Too late. You clearly have rigor mortis on your face. Or wait, is that an expression? Are you trying to make an expression with that face? Why?
Face is making it.
Please stop. It's horrible. You're scaring yourself.
Try to stop.
Oh my God. You can't stop. It's like it's not even voluntary anymore. You have worn that grin into your face and now it won't come off. What does it even mean? What is the emotion you're trying to convey?
It's meant for the ladies. A sad has-been kind of way.
There might have been 10 years ago.
Interesting.
It's little more than a cadaverous spasm now.
Oh, come on. Please give it to me. I have all these points in Encyclopedia. I'm going to fail this fucking check.
It belongs
thank God.
in the new, the third decade of the current century. Enough time had passed from the failure of the revolution that, for a fleeting moment, free market economy seemed like the ultimate, uncontested way of life for our species.
Okay.
Things were good. It was smooth sailing. People made gold and champagne-tinted interiors and facades to suit the times, calling this the new style. But more importantly, disco happened. Forget about ostentatious orchestrations. For Revachol, your city, that meant only one thing. Guillaume le Million. If it doesn't rhyme, you're not pronouncing it right. Out of the dazzling swirl of disco music, in an open-air boîte de nuit, somewhere in Revachol West, Guillaume's blonde mane appeared on the
He
screen.
sang some bullshit.
He sang some bullshit. Then he made the expression.
Does it have anything to do with ostentatious orchestrations?
Not really. Oh must have just stirred your mind. They're more like a disco rock band anyway.
Look, I need to make a smile.
The click is used to spur on a horse. It also features heavily in Guillaume le Million's regional mega hit, Don't Worry, Your Pretty Little Head. Sometimes you like to add finger pistols to the mix, because, unlike Guillaume le Million, you are a police officer. It's your nifty little way to say, I'm armed and dangerous.
Why did I become a cop?
You have some understanding of the near history of disco, plus the trivia you've picked up along the way. Episodic memory, however, remains in the dark. It may never return. You should prepare yourself for that.
So I adopted it?
Everyone loved it. Maybe you thought some of the stardust would rub off on you. Maybe it did. Either way, it's all gone now. Only the grimace remains. There is a vast ocean of time between right now and the expression. Looking good on you, or anyone. 2 decades, if the calendar is to be trusted. Humanity has run aground in that time. It's a different world now. The expression is a relic.
He looks so much better in that picture there than in the portrait at the bottom left.
It doesn't have to be. You can swoon over Guillaume and his champagne-corked smile whenever you want to. Maybe some of the stardust will return.
I see, -10, tool not in hand. Looks like that's a good use of my time here.
A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. In it, your face,
Try at 58%.
adorned. The faucet is quite terribly mangled, but you just might be able to twist its parts into place. You handle the chain cutters deftly, applying just enough pressure. The faucet regains a recognizable shape. The steam stops. Told you that you needed those chain cutters. Everything is connected. Everything has a purpose. The mirror begins to clear slowly without you having to wipe it.
Perfect. What I can only call a necessary use of my time. I did get some XP in that room though, so we're kind of slowly getting there. I need 15 more XP.
The door is closed. There is no answer. You hear the shower being turned on. Somewhere inside, a tremendous loneliness comes over you. Everybody in the world is doing something without you. The door is closed. This door can only be opened with a key or from the inside. Still no answer. Still nothing. The lieutenant gives you a quick glance. He doesn't like where this is going.
That's fair. I was hoping I could track down my badge in here somewhere.
The bed is...
I probably just lost it somewhere else entirely.
The fan stands still.
Tell the guy that I fixed the faucet. Maybe you can take it off my bill. At least I didn't make it worse.
Can I help you? Absolutely out of the question.
You wait and see, cafeteria manager. Absolutely in the question. First we find a sad banger. Then we sing this place to shit. Your body is ready, sire.
Body is ready. Oh, that's right.
The worker is in a deep slumber. You gently shake his shoulder, but nothing happens. This man could probably sleep soundly in a ship's engine room.
I think I could try again with the tank top.
The worker is in a deep slumber.
Okay, I guess so. Equipment won't work. I should have equipped it before attempting, basically. Gotcha. Guess that makes
Hello
sense.
again, sweetie. Yes, dear. I'm a paraplegic.
A paraplegic is someone with limited or no ability to use the lower half of their body. Paraplegia is caused by spinal cord injuries, like falling from a great height, or a grenade explosion.
Something inspiring about a woman on the front line leading her platoon of men.
No, dear. I'm not quite that old. Although I was injured in the line of duty.
Were you a mountaineer?
Nothing so glamorous, dear. Though when I was young, I dreamt of planting the Revacholian flag on some figurative peak. I was a training and development manager at a rapidly expanding mail-order shoe company. You'd think it would be a safe job, but I had to be everywhere, and, well, once I happened to be under some faulty scaffolding. I was lucky. This was almost 20 years ago, and I was compensated exceptionally well. One can only dream of such payoffs nowadays. That's quite all right. I'm used to people asking questions. I know they're thinking about it anyway.
There is no bitterness in her voice. She accepted the curiosity her condition inspires a long time ago.
I don't know if you've noticed, but I don't know where I am or what I'm doing or anything.
Officer. You look rather dazed. Like a stunned fox. But surely things can't be that bad.
I drank so hard I forgot literally everything.
You know where we are, right?
A war zone at the edge of the world. We're dead, haunting each other. We're ghosts.
That's right. And where is the Whirling in Rags cafeteria itself located? Yes, indeed. We are in the fine city of Revachol.
Now, do you produce that information to her if you talk to her immediately, or did I only have that information because I've learned it from other sources at this point? Revachoul's the disgraced capital of the world,
Yes,
something like
great.
that.
See? We're getting somewhere. What else do you know about our city of splendor? Tattered as she may be.
Used to be really cool in the 30s.
New. Disco dancing. It seems like a lifetime ago. Much has changed, but it is still the most beautiful city in the world. A rare jewel set in the sand between the pines. Everyone says so, even foreigners. Speaking of history, you know what year it is, yes?
Spring of 51?
That's right, dear. How splendid. Here, take this pen. Knowledge should always be rewarded.
She gave me a pen.
Her
Nice.
relief is palpable. She was getting pretty worried about you.
Sick.
But now she relaxes her shoulders.
But I talked to her more.
I can tell that this is taxing for you, so I'll just ask one more question. What regime are we living under? What mode of government?
I like to think it's the dictatorship of the proletariat, but something tells me it's not. Our leaders are fierce warriors who traverse the plains on steeds. Civilization cowers before us. We are living under the cop regime.
Oh, sweetie. It's really not. There used to be people who thought that way. Other people who wanted those things, but they all went extinct. Revachol is a zone of control led by an alliance of foreign powers called the Coalition. We have almost no government of our own, and certainly no dictatorship of the proletariat.
But they still have cops.
How come there are cops? I don't even know what to say. I'm so disappointed.
Oh dear. And you were doing so well. There aren't any cops in Revachol, not in the traditional sense. The status of law enforcement has been a complicated matter since the revolution. But we should stop for today, sweetie. You look like you need a break. Besides, I'm not the best person to explain the big things to anyone.
How did I do?
You were doing quite well up until the end there. It does look like you're having trouble remembering things. History and places. Remembering reality in a word. It's very odd.
Struggling to remember reality.
Sigh. The lieutenant buries his nose in his notebook.
But maybe a fresh set of eyes is what the world needs. And while I'm no doctor, such bouts of amnesia are often temporary, so I wouldn't worry too much.
She means this sincerely. Worrying won't do you any good.
What's the revolution you mentioned?
Defeat, I'm afraid. The people of this archipelago tried to build something new, something different. The rest of the world didn't like it, so they came and ended it. This was 42 years ago.
What does it have to do with there not being any
It has
cops?
something to do with everything. I really don't know how to explain it better.
I'm just a poor woman, she thinks. What do I know of these things? And how can I help you?
Who could tell me
Someone
more?
more educated in sweeping matters. Maybe you should ask.
No, I'm not an encyclopedia. I won't be a guide either. I'm a detective.
Of course. Then I don't know.
Get a
Someone rich,
reality
maybe?
lowdown.
Wealthy people are educated. Though I don't know where you would find a wealthy person in Martinez.
Interesting. Perhaps try a rich person? Rich people are educated. The person I can think of who might be considered rich is the bookstore lady, but because she's all privileged and like handouts will be bad for your psyche, something something.
The dented yellow mailbox greets you with its graffito, and
When you pat the mailbox, you get some like morale back. It's cool.
Hello again, sir.
Would you be at
I
school?
do my studies at home at the moment. I have to help Mum keep this place running.
What is school anyway? Isn't going to school more important
Mum
than
says
this?
it's necessary to do both because it builds character. Mum says a proper worker is dutiful. That's how you get ahead in life. You succeed.
there is stress and unease behind these words. She's reciting etiquette.
Mum says it's peachy. She was a little afraid at first. There's talk about this house being cursed.
Yeah, do you blow up this town or not?
Behind her, the window has been boarded up. You sense the boards creaking, twisting for a second, and some kind of doubt in her tense shoulders.
Cursed in what way?
Cursed in the way that makes them say that no business has ever really thrived here, sir. That they all go...
Tits up.
Exactly. But we've been doing fine so far.
Mother told me about the curse. You wouldn't let me
Yes,
investigate.
she can be quite strict about it. My mum doesn't let anyone sneak around in the back rooms or the cellar.
Cellar, you say?
Hello again, esteemed officer, and welcome to Crime, Romance, and Biographies of Famous People. Okay, but please, only a few questions. You wouldn't want to disturb the spirits.
You sought help from
Yes,
anyone?
I've contacted numerous parapsychologists, and even a pair of Simonese mediators. They provided me with the wards. The wards help to keep the doom at bay and protect us against the darkness that lies further in the building, even though now I fear it's not enough.
Is your pendant part of the ward?
Oh, this? No, it's a special Himian amulet, blessed by desert pygmy shamans, with a spell of compulsion. It's to compel people to buy books. There are numerous spells cast throughout the store. I had the books anointed with a different inducement spell, for example. It's guaranteed to boost sales 15%.
Desert pygmy shamans. That sounds like a rather questionable way to describe a group of people.
I agree.
It's not good to talk about the curse, not in detail. The negativism, it's dangerous. Talking about the void wraiths angers them.
Wow. Void raves. You have new words.
I do.
The woman before you scans the store, her shoulders rigid and tense. Every now and then, she nudges her glasses.
Thought maybe the little girl would give me more about the curse. They'd give me a circumstance modifier. I think I've had a pattern of like succeeding on skill checks that are ultimately meaningless and failing the ones that might unlock more content.
This viewer is facing south. The instruction manual says to insert 25 centimes and pull the handle while looking inside. Then use the focus knob to zoom in if necessary. Why place a tourist attraction in the middle of such poverty?
What's a tourist attraction doing here?
There was a revitalization project in 49. A design studio tried restoring Martinez to its pre-war glory. It didn't stick. They got as far as the street lamps and the statue on that intersection. Then something went sour. I suspect that something was Évrard Claire, the union leader. He muscled them out. It's how it usually goes around here.
Cool. I dig organized crime. It's the best. Can't we do something about it?
We should have done something about the union 10 years ago. That ship has sailed, officer.
I have about an hour to get enough XP to unlock a new slot to do the volumetric shit compressor to cut down the body before I have to debrief with Kim, and I don't think it's going to happen. I think I'm hosed. Oops. I like how, like, this game does a lot of things really well, but the fact that they open with this really, really expensive, They start with this, like, expensive fee that you have to pay to the room to pay for the damages and the time you've spent there. Really contextualizes what 1 real means, right? So when you see the 50 real shoes, you're like, holy shit. Suggestion, aye, Captain. Well, that looks amazing. The best choice I've ever made right there.
This is a wall on the side of an apartment building.
Conceptualization, impossible 18. Why am I looking at this wall?
You have no clue. It's just a wall.
Are you trying to sneak up on me? Come to slit my throat in my sleep?
You're not sleeping.
Error. She is not sleeping right now.
Pig's come to take me out. Trying to snuff me out.
Are you sleeping right now?
Don't get fucking clever with me, pig. You think you're so clever. Trying to sneak up on me again.
Miss my chance. What we got here? Orange bum hat. I have no hat. +1 reaction speed, -1 rhetoric, bum brain. Oh yeah, I'm looking like a hero cop right now. Am I usually able to back out of a conversation to change my equipment? Or are there some conversations where I have to commit to what I'm doing before I can change anything?
You see a young man on a balcony nursing a cigarette.
So, I mean, can I back out of a conversation, change clothing, and then go back into the conversation? Or are there some conversations where backing out isn't allowed?
Not looking for any trouble, officer.
Why are you whispering? What's going on
I don't
here?
want to be seen talking to the gendarmerie, if that's okay. I just want to finish my cigarette.
Don't let him go. This could be your witness. The balcony has a great view of the whole thing.
Is it really that important? All right, but make it quick. Once I finish this cigarette, I have to run.
You've got a good view of the backyard.
I'd even go so far as to say that the view is a little too good, my dear gendarme. Do you
I'm
have
working
an
on
estimate
it.
of when the body will be taken away?
We will remove the body as soon as possible. Now tell us, where were you last Sunday?
Oh. You already asked me that, didn't you?
Wait, is someone else investigating the lynching?
Pretty sure I
No,
didn't.
not you. Some more muscular type.
And when did you
Interesting.
speak to this more muscular gentleman?
Last week? I don't know. Look.
He's an actor declaiming a soliloquy. See how you hang on his every word?
You didn't answer the question. What were you doing last Sunday?
I had a friend over. It was my Sunday friend.
Makes sense. Friends are nice on Sunday. You don't have to work. You can just spend time with pals, watching rugby and drinking beer.
Thank you, Authority.
He doesn't reply, gesturing no with his cigarette. In the neighboring windows, you can see faint reflections of his silhouette, all from different angles.
What's your name?
My name? My name is Martin Martinez.
Martin Martinez? Good local name. Let's go with that.
Yeah, I failed the rhetoric check.
No.
It's too bad.
We won't. Now, if you'll excuse me, I really need to get going.
You have that suggestion, Armor.
This isn't the place or time for questions. Who knows who might be watching from the distance, hidden behind the curtains?
Trying to make things okay again. Can we meet somewhere else?
For a moment, the man on the balcony seems almost
That seems like an actual important, like, content unlocking skill check finally.
Eyes, compassion, and a hint of understanding.
Skill checks in this game stress me out. Like, I want to close my eyes.
I'm sorry, but I really don't have the information you're looking for.
But, hold on. What's that? For a split second, his hand lingers, as though gesturing towards a stone placed right next to the front door. It's a sign.
Good luck with the investigation.
Smoker on the balcony. Thank you, Smoker.
He's gone. No point in running. Tenements like these often have multiple exits. If he doesn't want to talk to us, then he'll know how to hide himself.
We just give
he
up?
Could be a witness. Him or his Sunday friend. Either way, we need to look into that
Yeah, exactly.
Who's asking about our case.
The UI elements and the sound design for it is great.
Did you see that? He wanted to draw our attention to that stone right over there. If we find a way inside the building, we can ask around for his apartment.
This seems pretty significant.
A stone, like any other, lying in a whirl of sleet and mud. Maybe there's something under it. There's a key beneath it, rusty from the dirt.
This must be for the front door. Pity doesn't have the apartment number on it. This building has many apartments and the man can be in any of them. We'll just have to go in and see.
How are we doing on leveling up here? 5 more points. Oh, it's so close. Taste it. I feel like I want to put almost all of my XP onto those slots rather than investing them in skills, but I guess you put it in a skill to get a reroll, right? And maybe that point I put in Encyclopedia allowed me to pass that goofy check earlier about my expression. Hey. Shower curtains covered in slime. Flip up glasses. +1 logic. -1 authority. A narcomaniac. Drug-addled bohemian artists. Okay, so I guess we'll try to keep an eye out. I'm probably going to use logic more than I'm going to use a Inland Empire.
This door has been closed with a padlock. A chalk-drawn number on the board says number 11. It's a solid lump of metal, but the shackle is deeply corroded. A solid pair of chain cutters would make short work of it.
Time for a little snip snip.
You seem committed to it, so go on.
The shackle snaps like a twig, and the lock falls to the floor with a little thud. It should be possible to enter now.
After you, detective.
Cool.
A plaster cast bust depicts a middle-aged man with impressive sideburns. The name on the plinth reads, Kraz Mazov. Honestly, he does kind of look like you after all.
This Krasmazov bears a striking resemblance to me.
Hold on a second. Is this why you broke in here? To find out whether you're Krasmazov?
Not saying I am Krasmazov.
Sure you are.
Just humor me for a moment. Don't you see the resemblance?
You both do seem to share an affinity for sideburns. But it seems like old Kras here didn't drink nearly as much as you.
This bust shows him before he started drinking.
Very well. Let's look for identifying features then. Doesn't he have a birthmark right here? What about you?
Can't tell, I can't see my face.
But here's the big thing. Krasmazov looks Samaran, and you don't.
Part Samaran myself.
Moving. Be Krasmazov then. I don't care. Why
Sorry,
are
Kim.
you so hell-bent on proving that you're Krasmazov anyway?
Communard. Believe the powerful nation state is the only way to protect the working class from subhumans. Because actually, he wanted stability and incremental progress. Not sure.
All right, Kras, if you say so.
The suicide of Krasmazov. Level up. Totally worth it.
Whoever lives here definitely shares your enthusiasm. There aren't many communists around. Not after the revolution. Some youth still keep the ideology going, it seems.
Yeah, I'm about to spend it here. Let me actually get that started right now while we're talking. Unlock. Volumetric shade compressor. I love the icon for that. Wait, did I start it or not? Sorry, one second. Ah, there we go. Lounge jacket. Got something else in there too that I couldn't make out. Conceptualization. I got to use my suggestion a second ago.
A plaster cast bust. Honestly, he does kind of look like you after all.
The White Star, the photos on the wall. I think we have broken into the apartment of a young communard. How fitting.
Alright, the 30 minutes might give me just barely enough time to cut the body down before I have to have my,
That isn't just a five-pointed star. It's an inverted white pentagram cradled in a wreath of antlers. The iconography of communism.
Of course.
In other words, the star and antlers was developed in the 6th decade of the last century and quickly adopted by Mazov and the communards during the revolution. Even today, half a century after, the star and antlers retains the ability to evoke hope, disappointment, and fear. in equal measure.
Why is the star upside down?
To symbolize the toppling of the old order. Also, some social democrats were already using it.
What's the deal with the
The
antlers?
wreath of antlers represents a natural crown. It was about building a society
That's cool.
that could exist in accord with the natural world, and at the same time above it.
Why
Because
white?
white is the color of peace.
What does it evoke in
Gone.
me?
Gone is the glory of hope. Only the scribblings of impoverished students remain in dirty hallways.
Alright, but I can get a morale heal by completely failing a mental check, right? Either a psyche check or a knowledge check.
You hear someone walking around inside, rearranging the furniture. The number on the panel says 10. The walking stops abruptly, but no one comes to the door. You can feel tension on the other side. A poor communard, from the looks of it. The room is barely bigger than a closet.
Oh, I think there was a voice acting error there. Have to open the door. You have a warrant?
Let's go. We don't have a reason to get inside that apartment.
It's generally easier to do things if you have literally any reason.
Because it's a very large amount of voice acting, so I wouldn't be surprised if they had a couple mistakes like that. Boogie Street 46. Mind Green 8 pen. Seems to be meditating. You okay with the cigarette?
Give me a moment. The cold never does any good for my bronchitis.
Should I call a doctor?
Fine. Fine. Don't you worry about me.
You're still worried. It's very worrying.
Now, what do you want from me, policeman?
She's the cleaning lady. She knows the floor plan and the residence.
From Martin Martinez. It's totally his real name.
Oh, you'll find plenty of Martins here. Don't you worry.
No, you don't understand. I'm looking for a real person.
Pea-brain. Someone played a trick on you. Martin Martinez is a name for anyone who comes from Martinez, like Tim Jambrock or Raoul Ravachol.
Oops. You really didn't get the joke there.
I thought it was obvious. Anyway, officer, we don't have the witness's name.
Young male in his mid-20s, dark hair, skinny build, smoker on the balcony.
Yes, yes. I know who you mean. The scrawny boy who's always smoking like the devil, right?
Somewhere in the building, a child starts crying. You hear a radio tuned to a talk show and someone taking a shower.
What's he in trouble for?
No trouble, just want to talk to him.
Talk? He lives upstairs in room 28. Go to the balcony. It's one of those doors there. He's usually home in the evening.
Thank you. We should go check out his apartment on the balcony. See if he's home.
Cool. Doing police work? What? It's like I'm playing a different game now. Back to the part where I'm reading about crystal healing and accidentally shot putting a guy's ball into a lake. Spilled paint.
The streets will flow red once more, a great torrent rushing down Rue de Esperance. You wait and see.
The streets will not flow red with anything. Who are you?
I'm Cindy the fucking Skull. What else do you want to know? Date of birth, blood type, the last time I was tested for Hep C.
When were you last tested?
And here I was trying to be polite. Just can't win with you pigs.
A brush? An artist? The red splatter is urban expressionism.
What are you doing to the wall?
Can't you tell? I'm painting a beautiful mural, an aereo graffitio visible from low orbit. I haven't really started it yet. I'm waiting for the right words.
Why are you so committed to defacing the building?
Have you ever tried your hand at graffitio? When faced with a blank wall, most people
I think she wants it to say graffitio instead of graffito.
Like pigs go home, and Mono is here. We rarely see pigs round here, though. Just union cats. And my name's not Mona, so...
She wants it to be something true and total.
Why are you so committed?
This place is severely lacking in havoc. Not even the occasional trash can fire to break up the tedium. I thought I'd mix it up, you know, summon the forces of crime and social chaos with a wall-sized invitation. Yeah?
This is hooliganism. I love public art. Don't mind us. Keep doing what you're doing.
Thanks. I'm sure the inspiration will come to me now that I have an official RCM stamp of approval.
You've lessened her desire to deface the building.
You know anything about the recent murder?
I ain't no snitch, pigstein. Go forth and forage in someone else's shit. No shortage of squealers in these parts.
Actually, there is a shortage of people who talk to us in a normal, calm, informative manner.
Kim's great.
We weren't put on this earth to make your life pleasant, fucko.
Keep looking off to the side.
She nods disdainfully toward the woman performing maintenance on the boat docked next to the pier. Hatred, disgust, it's difficult to tell which of the two is more present in her girlish features.
That is on her. Someone's got to keep an eye on her.
She looked rich.
Ozon is an archipelago 2 days' travel away from Rivershaw. Its moneyed residents, used to posh restaurants and upscale boutiques, rarely have reason to visit Martinez.
Can she help me find my reality again?
Rep. We should talk to her. She's a professional negotiator, though. I have the feeling she will be very cooperative while telling us nothing. You should take the lead. Ask her unexpected questions, you know? Do your thing. Don't be afraid to get a bit wacky. Throwing her off is our best bet.
Good idea, Piggy.
That's what I do.
Run along now. Fuck her shit up good. Impound that boat while you're at it. I'd like to watch her swim back to Ozon. Watch your back, Ungulate. You've got eyes on you.
Alright, I might save before talking to her in case I need to switch some gear around for a different stat.
A striking woman leans against the cabin top of her sailing boat, smiling as you approach. Her green raincoat glistens with droplets. A silk scarf is tied around her throat.
Good evening, officers. I'm Joyce. Joyce L. Messier. I represent the board of Wild Pines, the owners of the harbour. You gentlemen must be from the RCM.
Gave us away.
Nothing, honestly, I've said it to every drunk in town, and you're the first one who's responded.
Relax. She meant it in jest.
What does the L stand for?
My maiden name.
Shake her hand.
I'm glad to see you here.
Like steel, there is strength there. If she wanted, she could sink her nails deep into your skin.
I was dispatched to handle a strike, not a lynching. Anything I can do to assist the RCM in this matter, I will, gladly.
That is good to hear, madame. My colleague will take the lead on this interview. I should let you know that he is recovering from an unusual medical episode. Very unusual. But I can assure you of his ultimate competency.
Thank you, Kim.
It happens quicker than a shooting star. But did the lieutenant just wink at you?
How interesting. I wish you a swift recovery. In the meanwhile, you have my full cooperation, and the full cooperation of the Wild Pines group.
You seem rich. Can I have some money?
Is what you want to say, but it isn't that easy, is it? Look
Why
at
not?
that lady. Take a gander. Squint your eye.
Nice fabrics. What lustrous hair.
Why, yes. Tucked away under that sturdy green raincoat, almost rustic in its simplicity, a silk shirt and matching scarf around her gentle throat, while dull orange pearls hang from her earlobes, red from the cold. Her light green eyes scan you, full of knowledge and worry, wealth and all its possibilities. These are the kind eyes of the rich man that seem to say everything is possible, within reason. Now look at you, you misery-clad simian, barely able to tie your own laces.
It's her lakes.
Your armpits are lakes. A scythe of booze precedes you. Your hair sticks to your forehead, and your underwear feels uncomfortable. You're poor, poor as balls. You can't ask this person for money. You're too.
Goddamn working man. I'm not ashamed to shake this leech for some dough. Now, my volumetric shit compressor, time is of the essence, so if there's too much time passing in this conversation, I might need to load and run over to the body real quick.
You think your little communism protects you from this feeling? No. The more demeaning it is to grovel at her feet.
I like that point. Your communism doesn't protect you.
As I was saying, if there's any way I may be of assistance, please
Hey.
don't hesitate to ask.
The communism is helping with the check. Come on, 72%.
I am sorry.
Oh.
It just doesn't come out of your mouth.
Am I just
What does
cursed to never...
Surprisingly eloquent, really. The last one, not the first three. Those are ape speak.
Money.
Excuse me? I didn't hear you.
I wonder if you're scripted to fail every money check, asking people for a money check, even if it shows you have a high chance.
Of course.
Can I come back and talk to her freely after this? Because I want to go do the body and then come back to her. You're on a boat, and it's going fast, and... I can come back? Okay, thank you.
Of course, detective.
Volumetric shit compressor. Bizarre scientific news from Revachol West today, where a police officer's shit has been observed at a pressure of around 495 gigadecimals. These metallic hydrogen levels of shit togetherness were thought to exist only at the center of collapsing stars, not law officials. It remains to be seen how long the shit's singularity lasts.
Incredible. I love that. So, like, since you have to pay a skill point to remove a skill, it's kind of a, like, way to guarantee that you can progress through the game no matter what, but it costs you a resource if you weren't able to do it through the skill checks up to that point. I like that. Because I feel like that's the fatal flaw of a lot of these kinds of games, that at some point you at least in modern game design, you're unwilling to soft lock the player, right? Just completely fair and reasonable. If they don't have the right skills or they don't roll correctly, so you don't want to just give it to them for free after they fail 5 times in a row. You want to have them pay something. Oh. I guess this isn't where I was expecting. I'm back in a second. Hold on. Looks like it's not all a loss either, that, like, the endurance learning cap is nice if you had the skill points to dump into it, I suppose. But I'm assuming that when I go back to the body, it's going to be like, you have a plus 20 to this check because of volumetric shit compressor. Watch it still be like a 70% and watch me fail. What is is it a D20? Like, what's the base? Because it has like a number next to some of the difficult checks. It'll say impossible 18. 2d6 plus skill. Okay. I see. So if something is an 18, it's literally impossible without skill points. But you always succeeded at 12.
What do you see?
There he still is, looking right through
Okay, that's a
you
+6,
with
not a
his white
+20.
eyes. The body below is entirely dedicated to that corpse smell.
I have failed so
Midnight
many
is all
72%
it
checks.
does now.
I can't look at the screen.
As you breathe in,
Oh, thank
the
God.
odor comes over you. It's the smell of the mind telling you to run, and your stomach to wring itself empty. With your hands at your sides and your eyes squinting, you stand in it.
No,
It's
right.
a puzzle. What's hanging in front of you is a puzzle of decaying flesh, tattoos, and tendons.
They always do that?
They do after 7 days, yes. We are deep in decomposition here.
The man before you is naked, but for a pair of underpants and enamel boots. His skin is greenish, marbled with decaying veins, and blotched by lividity. A fading web of tattoos covers his chest and shoulders. The cargo belt used to fasten him to the branch above appears industrial in strength.
I think if I could change one thing about this game, I would like have Dark Souls saving so that it's impossible to save scum, or that you have to like do some bullshit behind the scenes to save scum. I guess that would be frustrating if you're trying to go for a specific thing, but
The material appears to be ceramic.
Ceramic
its clean
boots.
white stands in stark contrast
Got
to
stormtrooper
the
boots.
decaying flesh above the knee. The man wore thick polymer socks, probably for padding. A fine array of
+6.
interlocking plates covers them. Delicate and fragile, they feel alien to the world around you, out of place somehow.
I wouldn't even want it to be an optional mode. I think I would prefer that to just be the game, because that clearly broadcasts to you as the player, like, you can play this and just go and it'll be fine, right?
These are clearly not.
We are never going to expect you to
They're
save scum.
armor, possibly part of a larger set.
It's the armor he was stripped of.
Indeed. Technically speaking, these are sabatons, not boots.
Oh, the lieutenant uses a memo technique, A6. That's not just any notebook. It's a classic.
Thanks. Super useful to know. Hey, the dialogue is what I always think when Encyclopedia talks. What's a challenging success?
It's all you, baby.
It's all you, baby.
Ceramic plate. Zirconium dioxide, most likely. This is where the make would be. Under the hill. Fair weather. Fair weather model T500 VE. I'm guessing that's vitreous enamel. This
Where's
is
the rest of
advanced
it?
stuff.
Scavenged by the locals?
Piece by piece. He's been out here for 7 days. It would be odd if they didn't.
XCOM absolutely does, yeah. RTS games.
We should keep a lookout for these species. The armor could yield information. This is one thing he might actually know.
There's a lot of ways games can suggest to you that the developer either endorses or expects you to save scum. Number of save slots they give you, frequency of autosaves, how many backup autosaves there are to go back to. Maybe he was just wearing these boots. There's no rest of the armor.
I think he had something precious underneath the clothes. They had to remove the jeans and shirts we found to get to it. And this kind of armor is often worn under fabrics.
Nice. That makes sense.
Because they told him to strip him before they hung him to demean him.
They usually hang them completely naked for that. La puta madre, the Mazda, the Besmerties and the like. This one still has his underpants.
Fucking talking about underpants.
We are, Kuno.
It is. It's expensive. We've requested similar material for our tactical units for years now. The constabularies deemed it too costly. In that time, we've lost 6 men to semi-automatics. For a full set, about 4 years of wages.
Wow.
For the northwest region of Revachol, an officer's average yearly income is 5,500 real, unadjusted for rank.
Ching, baby. A yearly pay is 5,500 real.
Not too much, yes.
Also more and hate less. Sounds puny. No wonder I can't pay my hostel
It's a
bill.
sorry situation, I agree.
How could this man afford such expensive hardware?
It's for us to find out. My initial report on the area suggests he was a security guard for the harbor company. But that's just hearsay.
Initial report?
Just something I scraped together from my station. An area report on Martinez. I'm sure you did the same.
He's not actually sure of that. He's just being tactful.
You look pretty advanced for a security guard.
I agree. This equipment is way beyond what a guard can afford.
Knock on the
small
boot.
bell-like sound fills the air, like tapping on the side of a porcelain cup.
It's anything but. This material is a kinetic redistributor. It spreads kinetic energy horizontally, from plate to plate, dissipating it entirely. See?
Faint, organic lines cover the plates where they separate into smaller ones. These plates then divide into smaller plates until there are hundreds of them altogether, like whirls of floorboards. The design looks organic, influenced by highly resistant wood materials, like lignum vitae and ebony perhaps.
What does this remind me
If
of?
trees were made of porcelain, this is what their cross-sections would look like. The smooth, glossy surface fractures into ever more intricate interconnections, peaking on the right sabaton, where you notice the whirls are in the shape of a letter and number combination: E50, 100, 1000.
Serial number.
Good. Can you read it to me? We have a make and a number. That's something. We can use the radio in my kinema when we're done. Either station can chase it for us.
There's no one else has tried to pull the boots off.
This feels dangerous. Are you sure? The stench fills your nostrils. As you push downward, an ominous creaking sound comes from above.
Stop! Pig's gonna pull his head off.
Brutal!
Go with the boot.
What's wrong with you, asshole? Where's he letting Goku know?
I don't know, baby. I don't know why he's such a...
Officer, if I may ask, what were you trying to achieve by putting on the deceased foot?
The cadaver slowly twists on the cargo belt, his torso covered in tattoos, and extremities blotched pink and blue. The hangman's knot is pulled tight by the weight of the corpse below. Yellow, hard-edged polyester cuts into his neck. Above, a sliding buckle ties the belt to the branch. This is a steel-reinforced cargo lashing belt. Big brother of the regular cargo belt. It's used for tying cargo under 6-rotor airships.
That's actually... Finally, Encyclopedia gives something potentially relevant. Don't ask me how I know this.
Airlifting. I thought it was used on lorries for strapping cargo to them.
My brain tells me so. I don't even know what an airship is.
The local harbor uses 6 rotors to shuffle containers around. I get the sense they use whatever was on hand, without paying much attention to not incriminating themselves.
Sure wanted them to stay up there. The rope is
I was
reinforced.
afraid it would be. Thin steel wiring, parallel strands. This makes getting him down more problematic than I had assumed. I'm still approaching this as a lynching, yes. Motivated by the ongoing strike. You?
No. You feel like it was something else. But what?
I feel like it was
Yes,
something else.
It often is. This bell worries me.
How'd they get him up
The
there?
noose is one of those things that's easier to use one way around.
I'm up using the kid's ladder?
That ladder can't carry a grown man. I didn't see any splintering either, did you? I think they lassoed the branch, then pulled on the bell to close the buckle.
Could be. The shape of the branch supports the theory. The cadaver hangs from the cargo belt. Limbs
Tattoos.
An intricate web of blue lines stretches across the torso, from the right shoulder to the solar plexus. Each time they intersect, a small white star is formed in their crossing. Hundreds of fading asterisks riddle his skin. Their concentration is highest around his heart. His corpse is marked by stars.
Thank you, Inland Empire.
Alcohol and heartbreak.
What will mine be marked by? Is this a national pattern?
of no nation that I know of. If anything, it reminds me of religious illumination, last or penultimate century. Men who live harsh lives often turn to innocentic worship. But which one? I see no trace of a humanoid figure.
Missing something.
He takes a thin piece of milled aluminium from his coat pocket and pulls it open. Sounds like a sword being unsheathed. A small lens appears. Some sort of camera.
Let the lieutenant work.
Shit, Kuno! What the fuck is that?
An instant color camera.
Oh, cool.
I have only 2 ampoules, so nobody move. I don't want to waste one.
Cool.
A sound, a shrill flash, followed by the breaking of a small ampoule of glass. You see streams of color pour onto the thick, glossy piece of paper, rolling out.
In
Nice.
case we need it.
Cool
Yes,
machine.
It is pretty cool, isn't it?
It is.
There is only one ampoule left. Use it wisely.
What do we need the photo
It
for?
contains insight to the victim's person. By his build, I'd say this was a man of physical violence. The story he wanted his body to tell was important to him. It is his letter. To us. Someone should decipher it. We'll
I
need
have
to
it?
show it around.
Should look at it later without the corpse
Sure.
smell.
Just don't lose it.
The glassy-eyed corpse looks by, his mouth mute and his skin as colorful as the chemical rainbow on the photo paper, teeming with opportunistic organisms.
Look him in the eye.
His eyes are milky white and blind to the world, protruding comically from their sockets. There is no one home, just subaquatic terrors there. Dark brown hair grows on his head. His face is ready to explode from the organic processes inside. The death's head grin has passed. What remains is an unrecognizable mess. Underneath the curdled meat there is an expression, not carried on his features, but below, inside, an expression of pleasure. This man was experiencing joy at the moment of his death.
That's very strange. 72% is the bane of my existence. Hey. I'm gone. I hate you. You stink and you're boring. Why were you feeling pleasure when you died?
Maybe I was getting my rocks off.
Do you have to speak like that? You're feeling arousal when they were hanging you.
Do I look like an erotic auto-asphyxiation type to you? Captain Copodromo, I fear we are drifting away, fixating on sexuality again. Let's go with a simpler question.
He didn't choke himself. You know it.
Where have you gone?
Into the wild pale yonder.
Where's that?
In the past. Way out west.
I can't get the compartment of my ledger open.
The Blue Heart. Oh, that's good shit. Just press down and fuck it open like you always do.
Hey.
Fuck it hard, Copopo the Clown.
Who are
I'm
you?
a joke. Look at me.
This is a great way to, like, make a game mechanic and writing out of ridiculous police hunches. Who were you when you were alive?
A killer. A motherfucker. And a killer. Go ahead, Kobo.
What's happening?
What do you mean?
Talking
It's
to you.
the power of your imagination.
Imagination.
Yeah, man! Don't be crazy! Inanimate objects and dead people can't really talk to you. Your wild imagination is doing this. Ask some more of those questions you love so much.
He loves those.
Why do I love questions so much?
Because you're a copperoony. Look at all of them go. Do you want more questions?
Give me a comical amount of
Coming
questions.
right up, copperoony Rooney. This is getting upbeat now.
Why do I feel like I've forgotten something terrible?
Because you have.
Who killed you?
Love did me in, brother Copo. It was love all along.
Can you ask me a question?
Sure, Lobo. I can ask you a question. Why are you doing this? Looking at my face, motionless, looking into my eyes, standing here. Why are you investigating my murder?
I don't have anything else to do. This case is all I have.
I'm all you have? Then you truly lost it all, brother. You let the world drag it all away from you, and what it left, you pissed away. And here we are.
Is my name Rooney?
Fuck no. You're no Rooney.
Rooney is obviously not who I am.
Between you and me, your name is probably Harry.
We got Harry from the one thing earlier. Getting a lot of Harry lately.
You might be onto something there.
I hate you. You're stinking. You're boring.
I remind you of someone?
A child born with Muller's disease, harlequinism, grown up miraculously.
Baby affected with harlequinism.
You sure wrinkled out of that one, Coppolini.
Enough.
Come back later, Coppo. Amuse yourself with my frank manners and my memento mori features. If possible. Also, see me in your dreams.
As you narrow your eyes, the monster before you blurs into a violent mess of green and pink. This is a trick. You've done it before. Pink is where the blood settled in the first hours post-mortem. You can use it to see if the corpse has been tampered with. Does his position at the time of death match the discoloration? Only the lower extremities are pink with a dash of blue. His fatted hands, thighs, and his neck, just above the noose. The rest of the corpse appears dark green in the cold spring air.
Hold on, can I check? I'm not allowed to look at my journal during the dialogue, right? Because I'm worried about, do I have a brief bit of time starting at 20 o'clock to do the post-mortem with Kim, or does it have to be exactly at 20? I think 20 was right. I hope it was right.
I see it. His neck too. The
I have
lividity
time.
goes
Okay,
right
thank you.
up his chin. We have good, well-pronounced discoloration here.
The monster comes back into focus, an explosion of color coursing with dark marbled veins. His stomach appears pregnant with something. Black liquid streams down his thigh and onto his boot.
So, what do you think?
I think he's dead. He's dead. I think he was upright after death.
Agreed, especially on the neck. The belt acted like a tourniquet, keeping the blood in his head. The hypostasis supports a hanging.
Maybe he was strangled?
Yes, there's always a chance we are wrong. We should check for ligament marks on his neck to see if they're in tune with the belt. We'll have to get him down first.
It's beaten up. See the bruises?
I do. Most of them are post-mortem. Maybe even all of them. The delinquents have made our jobs harder with their little sport.
Stop talking in riddles, coin slot.
He means you fucked him up good, Kuno. Fucked him up brutal-like.
Using him as a pinata.
A pool of blood and feces has eaten into the frozen mud below the man's feet. Purge liquid is dripping into it, drop by drop.
The victim appears to have contained no more than half a kilogram of digestion at the time of death.
The fuck he's saying?
Talking about shit.
Damn right. Maybe he went to the toilet sometime before death?
Maybe.
He doesn't want to dwell on it. I think he's dead.
His personality is no longer a part of the world.
Totally dead.
Better not say that. Too heavy. Deadity dead, dead, dead. What is dead anyway?
That sounds about right, yes.
But there is no breath to catch. only the cadaver filling the air and your nostrils. He slowly rotates before you, decomposing.
Get him down.
Are you sure we finished the preliminary examination of the cadaver? We might miss some of these things once he's done.
Thanks for that.
The cadaver slowly twists on the cargo belt, his torso covered in tattoos, and extremities blotched pink and blue.
Of course. You have questions, don't you?
Which means I've learned
power of
everything,
your
right?
rip. Come back later, Coppo.
The steel reinforced
70,
belt presents
hey.
a unique challenge. I brought chain cutters, but I don't see a good angle of approach to the belt. The cadaver is a good one.
I think I'm going to start leaving a skill point
Neither one of us
floating.
can reach the belt without assistance.
And then whenever I get an
even
extra
if
one
we
after
do,
the first
There's
one.
the question of cutting the airship strength material.
Saw the branch.
Climb up there and saw the branch? There has to be a less risky way, with less falling down of trees.
You shoot him down?
Yeah! Bang bang time, pig! Shoot his head off!
How?
Where the buckle ties the rope to the branch. That's a good spot to aim.
Shoot up there, maybe?
Where? Ah, yes, I see. If the shot hits that, there might be a chance to release the belt.
Yeah, now we're talking. Entertain a Kuno with some shit.
They'll miss! The pigs will miss, Kuno!
Let me try. Probably not. What's the worst that could happen? You can actually shoot somebody.
I'll blow his head off.
Take it! Take the shot!
Yeah, take the shot. Kuno wants some of that shit.
Silence. With his elbow sharp, the lieutenant unzips his jacket and produces a lightweight firearm. He drops a paper cartridge in the barrel, separates the scouring stick, and gives the cartridge 5 tucks, securing it in place. That's a Kiel A9090 Armistice, mass-produced muzzleloader, ascetic, frugal, one of the most common firearms in the world. He then steps back and assumes the fellow's desk position, taking aim. The corner of his eye twitches. His finger is on the trigger.
Say nothing.
The kid's voice is drowned in a shrill blast that echoes off the walls of the surrounding tenements. A cloud of smoke slowly parts in the air as the lieutenant steps back and says to himself,
God damn it.
He feels bad about it. About his eyes mostly. Just having bad eyesight. Probably from a young age. Whatever you do, do not console him.
Fucking idiot! Mookaba asshole!
Kuno could have hit it easy, but then Kuno's not fucking handicapped, is he?
Try again, maybe? What now?
I have to say, it's beginning to look unlikely we can get him down without assistance.
I have a gun,
It's
I should
bad
try.
as it is. Us shooting firearms like punks. Go ahead, I'm not stopping you.
Just don't lose it.
They only have one gun!
This is the sorriest pair of pigs Kuno's ever seen.
Yeah, take it, you fucking banani boyka! Take it and shoot yourself in the mouth!
You'll the weight
A
first.
cold piece of bakelite and gunmetal is surprisingly light. Your fingers fit right through the guard, instinctively resting on the trigger. You've held this, a P9 Armistice.
Bad trigger
before.
discipline.
At some point, it probably used to be your choice of firearm. It still feels comfortable, like you never laid it down.
The fuck are you waiting for, Kuno? Tell him to shoot himself in the mouth!
The buckle comes into focus in your sights. You stand with your feet planted firmly in the ground and your left hand supporting your gun arm.
Why don't you just shoot yourself in your mouth?
28%.
Miss.
Point the gun at Kuno's.
Do it! Set me free!
You feel as though it would be dangerous to set this creature free to roam about the cosmos.
Don't.
Do it! Put it right here, Mulka!
Hesitated.
Here!
Intense shit, copper.
Can't wait to
But maybe if I got her to shut up, it would help.
Pathetic!
Your field of view narrows. The branch slowly moves, becoming entirely two-dimensional. The metal buckle glimmers, catching the evening light. As the corpse slowly rotates, the slow movement of the branch in the wind and your shoulders directing the gun sink up, dancing hypnotically.
Look, he's crying.
Branch movement analyzed. Well, so much for that.
Or what? You gonna fuck me? You wanna fuck me, pig? Is that what this is about?
If you shoot her, you get a game over. That's cool.
The lieutenant takes the gun carefully from you and holsters it. His eyes are narrow and he doesn't comment on your antics.
Fucking pussy didn't shoot shit, did he? Didn't shoot me. Didn't shoot himself in the mouth.
Didn't shoot me. There is sincere disappointment on her face. This kid was expecting pandemonium and release from her mortal coil.
What about the body?
We need to access the harbor and ask the leader of the Union to have it taken down. They have the tools, and they have men.
Why didn't we begin with?
I did not want us to be indebted to Everard Clare. I wanted us to be able to deal with it ourselves. That is clearly not the case. We need help.
You need to suck my dick. Why the fuck am I still alive?
What's wrong with being indebted to Everard
He's a
Clare?
dangerous and corrupt man, and we cannot predict what he will want from us in return.
Okay, let me make a save.
Yes?
Wait, I didn't screw it up, did I? End of day debrief. Oh, 22. Okay, I thought it was 20. Smoke around the balcony. Ask Kuno what he knows. Run the serial number. Ask about the meaning.
So you tried to kill Kuno's girl? What's up with that? You want to talk about it?
I just aimed at her.
Bitch! You fucking making excuses for yourself now? Dude, this
I'm
shit
sorry.
again, and Kuno's gonna
I hope
climb
there's a
your
little
room at
counter
night
for every time
with
I
a
say
knife.
sorry in the game.
Kuno knows where you sleep. The pig who fucked his window up. I'm gonna climb in through that balcony. Put the fucking knife in you. Yeah. I've been in your room. But you and Kuno are good for now. Pals. Shoot that shit at Kuno. Let's have a jolly time.
The determination in his voice leaves little room for doubt in his sincerity. He means every word. Needs to be taken seriously.
Okay, let's.
And you're back in business with the Kuno. Now what is it? Yeah? The Kingdom of Kuno? The fuck do you want with it?
Stack of
That's
Eternite.
just some shit roofing gimps left behind. Lazy dinks.
There it is. That strange feeling again. As if there was more than meets the eye about that pile of roofing material.
Those kips suddenly raise your eyes. Left-handed? Don't I have a single normal thing to say?
You know what-handed gimps they wear?
Trying to get you to talk gimp, Kuno. Don't talk.
I saw past the veil.
Fucking well. The fuck are you talking about? Ask me a normal question, pig.
They're trying to make you feel stupid, Kuno.
You glance again at the roofing material in front of the shack. Yes, you should go back there.
Yeah, whatever. Kuno doesn't give a shit. The fuck about it?
There are contusions all over his body. Did you do that?
What are you talking about? What is this contusion shit?
He says you're stupid, Kuno. They want to make you stupid again.
That's what I'm saying. You're stupid. I hate words too. It's a bruise.
Did Kuno make your shit sniffing harder? Obstruction of shit sniffing? This is Kuno's kingdom. Kuno fucking rules here.
You hear the lieutenant hum.
Kuno doesn't give a shit about the armor.
Come.
Kuno's fuck gimp's got one big thing wrong with him. He's a fucking mutant. Look at him. Fucking growth hormone shit. He's a giant. The armor's too big for any man. Kuno doesn't give a shit about that freak armor. Kuno threw that shit away.
What do you mean threw it away?
Kuno tried to get the helmet on. It was too big. Kuno kicked that shit in the sea, rugby style. That shit means nothing to Kuno.
Damn, gotta get that
Shit
money.
means nothing to Kuno. Kuno doesn't give a shit about material shit. Kuno's a fucking monk.
It's the best Kuno line.
You wanna fuck on someone about that armor? Go fuck the mustached union fuck. The jolly troubadour shit at the gate.
Troubadour?
Yeah, cocking boot. You know that jolly union cow fucker? Came around talking about cows or some shit? Came around pretending like he cares about cows?
Yes, you met him at the gates. The one with the boots and the jolly smile.
Yeah, he's the one you want to talk to. He's fucking crazy about that armor shit. Coming here pretending like he likes cows. Trying to catch a peep at Kuno's armor.
Curious, my liege. Why did Kuno feed you this information?
Are you just telling me this out of the kindness of your heart?
Kuno's doing charity today. Kuno Day. Kuno feels sorry for you two loser pigs. Kuno's doing pity now.
Still, seems suspicious. He may have it in for that guy. Or you may be paranoid. That is also a possibility, sire.
Wonderful drama. Really much narrowing things down for me there. I appreciate it.
Fuck you.
He says you're stupid, Kuno. They want to make you stupid again.
That's what I'm saying. You're stupid.
Get the fuck out of here calling Kuno stupid. Pigs come to Kuno for guidance, then say he's stupid. The fuck is up with that?
They're lost without you, Kuno. They need you. You're in control of this.
Why don't you figure your shit out yourself before you come to Detective Kuno for help?
Maybe we should.
You're testing
Get lost.
Kuno doesn't fucking care.
Alright. I'm off.
An inconspicuous pile of the roofing material, Eternite.
Inland Empire said to come back. I have clothes that benefit perception. Clothes that are bad at perception. Sure, I don't have anything equipped here that fucks with my perception. Alright, the dreaded 72%. Here we go.
Inconspicuous pile of the... Because there's a secret door hidden behind the panels of Eternite. That's why they're too orderly. There it is. You see a shabby little door.
Nice. Nice.
What is this then? A tool shed? Let's investigate.
Tempted to try to shoot down the body again. I never actually did the roll. I was worried, like, what happens if I shoot his head off or something? Magnesium-rich life. Weird pig's head. It looks mummified. No shit. They're always gonna collapse soon. Postcard. Advised residential area overlooking the Jamrock Quarter. Money gained. Oh, interesting. This is significant, possibly. So I couldn't get through that door before. Excuse me, Kim. Excuse me, Kim. Thank you. Thank you. Such an amazing character. Okay, I can't get to the other side of this thing. It's hard to tell in this area what I'm allowed to walk on, and you know.
Yes?
Is there nothing else on this roof other than that money, or can I path around somewhere around the corner here?
Looks like someone left his tarpaulin cloak hanging on the railing here.
Someone left the cloak behind.
Yes, it's probably yours. It bears the RCM insignia, and you have a habit of being careless with your equipment. You could probably make the jump. You look like you've done some track and field in your day.
The wind is aggressive up here. The lieutenant looks at the enormous crane towering in the distance over the container yard. The look in his eyes is a mix of the engineer-like interest and the wonder of a 6-year-old seeing a horse for the first time. That machine is a Kvalsund 1020 HK.
Motherfucker. Now that's a huge crane.
Is it? Kvalsund makes a lot of heavy equipment, but this is phenomenal, even for them. But I digress. We were focusing on your cloak here.
My badge might be in there.
I was under the assumption we could ask the leader of this union to help us get this body down. This is why we're here, right? Or it could be that we are just exploring.
He's thinking you've forgotten where you are again.
The cloak? I do think it's yours, yes. As to whether you should go for it, well, it doesn't seem too dangerous. 2 meter stops. Whenever you're ready to do it, I'll be right behind you.
The cloak looks like a bag of goodies floating in the wind. Who knows what its pockets may hide?
Yeah, fuck it. I mean, I assume if I fail, that means that I lose health or something, but I can still, like... -1 from pants. Oh, we're taking those pants off. Yeah, it would be nice to have an optimized for specific stat button. But I agree, I can see why it's not in the game.
A tarpaulin cloak is still caught.
That's better.
No one has claimed it for their own.
Okay, so you don't actually fall. Or maybe you would fall and take damage.
Nope, no. That's still too high. What were you
wow,
thinking?
2 ones.
You're not a gymnast. You're a boxer. And you've climbed way too high up there. You could have died there. Shit, 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 shit. I'm failing you. This wasn't part of our deal.
Health critical, wow.
You feel something in your chest, an unnatural pressure. It's spreading to your left arm, your jaw.
Guessing this is bad.
Very bad. This is the end bad.
I thought I had 4 health, or is 4 the number of healing items I have?
All you feel is pain and weakness. You have to surrender now. We all do. It gets so dark.
Wait, is this a game over?
You can't see her face, like you always thought you would. You only see pain and fear.
Pop suffers final heart attack.
Suffers final heart attack. A detective lieutenant of the RCM passed away yesterday. His death, though abrupt, did not come as a surprise to those who knew him. He was the heaviest drinker I'd ever met.
I
Captain Ptolemy
wasn't
Price,
a
the deceased superior officer.
meter. Like, was I supposed to be able to heal? I guess I've never taken health damage before to know how it works. Can I heal while I'm in a discussion?
But I think before he ever had a heart attack, his heart was broken. According to an official statement given by the RCM, the officer was on the brink of solving a murder case.
Shit, how far back am I? Yeah, I saw the D-pad button, but I thought that was like for actions occurring in the world, not like I didn't think that it would work if I was in a dialogue. I didn't think I could press anything like that on the dialogue. So I have 1 hit point, but there's like a bar that can drain, I guess. Well, my intent here isn't to save scum that check. Just to, not end the game there. I'll go do it again, presumably fail again, and this time I'll try to heal. Those aren't hit points, though. They're like lives. I see. But one that has discrete mini hit points as part of it. Okay. Otherwise, they give me healing right there.
Looks like someone left his tarpaulin.
Yes, you could probably make the jump.
The wind is aggressive up here. The lieutenant looks at that machine.
Is it? But I digress. We were focusing on your cloak here. I wasn't there, or it could.
He's thinking you've forgotten where you are.
The cloak? Well.
The cloak looks like a bag of goodies floating in the wind. Who knows what its pockets may hide? Nope, no. That's still too high. What were you thinking? You're not a gymnast. You're a boxer. And you've climbed way too high up there. You could have died there. Shit.
Oh, I see. There's D-pad prompts while I'm in the dialogue.
I got you, Bratan. Let me just adjust your breathing a little bit. There, isn't that better?
Hey, what's happening? You okay?
So if I have like 1 extra point of endurance, I can take a hit, because it seems like it would be a good use of my self-reflection, self-critique thing that I could at least be able to heal.
It's okay.
By failing
just
checks.
A little panic attack. Try to breathe as slowly as you can, alright?
The necktie lets go a little. Its vicious grip easing around your neck. Colors return to the world around you.
I appreciate that the necktie read that.
Good. We can always come back when you are feeling better.
Well, I do have a skill point for it.
tarpaulin cloak is still caught on the railing. No one has claimed it for their own.
Nope.
Nope. No. That's still too high. What were you thinking? You're not a gymnast.
Sure. Just be careful, okay? Looks like you almost strained a muscle there.
That's too bad. I really want that. Probably has my badge in there. I think I have some brain checks that I can go attempt. Get some morale back here. Oh, it's too bad about the backyard wall. Well, I guess I have another chance to do it. Yeah, there we go. And Kuno empathy. Now that I'm no longer trying to jump off a ledge, I can put my pants back on. Exactly.
Fuck does Kuno care?
Kuno, I found your shack.
You found Kuno's secret door to Kuno's secret shack. It was closed for 5,000 years. How the fuck did you get in?
My face shifted through the roofing material.
Get the fuck out of here. You can't do that.
He can't do that, Kuno. He's trying to fuck at you again.
Pigs can't displace. Can't do that teleport shit. How did you like it in there, pig old boy? Kuno's got a lot of cool shit there, right?
Is that my coat up there?
Is it? You got pretty fucked. Kuno's surprised you've still got your head after all that.
After all what?
Don't sweat it, drunk pig. Kuno will keep your nasty secrets. Kuno's not snitching.
He's saying you climbed up there. He probably saw you do it. Yet, that conclusively explains how the coat got up there.
I want to play covered with powder.
That's where Kuno gets his daily hit of electric. Kuno Shazam. Kuno rides the fucking lightning in there, pig.
Bet you'd like to ride the lightning too, wouldn't you? You feel tired and old, but you could have that sparkle in your eyes.
It's a vitamin, pig. Don't you know anything?
He looks at you like he just pointed at the sun and asked what it was. It's magnesium, right?
Yeah, it's the mag. You fucking need that shit to stay on top of your game. Kuno goes through like a tube a day, rips mag like a motherfucker, and you could use a battle.
Oh, don't teach him, Kuno. He's gonna use it against you, Kuno.
It's just magnesium. Don't mystify it.
You're not getting this, pig. It completely takes away the hangover. It's like you didn't do anything. Like you stayed home playing with your choo-choo.
Fuck you, pig. Don't do mag. You're gonna OD and you're gonna fucking die.
What was with the pig head?
That? Kuno decapitates pigs. That's just a Kuno demo tape.
Demo tape like a musician? Cool pig head. I liked it. I got one too.
What?
What?
What is this shit? Fucking on yourself. This is weird level shit. Kuno doesn't go there.
Fucking shit back to normal. What is this?
Well played. No one saw that coming.
Kuno doesn't know what to do if you're self-effacing. Can I get into the harbor from the roof?
Of course you fucking can. How do you think Kuno made all the docky boys his gimps? Just gotta fly, pig.
I tried that. It didn't go well.
Kuno knows. Kuno and C saw you shit yourself. It's okay, pig. Not everyone can face the fear Kuno style. Good call, Pigmeister. Don't come and talk to Kuno about his kingdom.
All right, let me get my morale back for failing an empathy check.
He's on your crime scene, bossing you around. And he's been here for some time too. This is where he hangs out. You have to get more out of him.
Wait, do I only get the heal from a critical fail? Think you can turn the Kuno down for a moment? Let's talk like normal people. Kuno, City of Rage, Night City, what's going on there? I'm intrigued.
You told him about it and now he knows your name!
The city's not fucking lame. You are lame. Kuno's tired of defending Rage City from... Just fuck off, alright? And fuck you too, putting Kuno on the
Red
spot
check
like
being
that.
one that you can't
Kuno doesn't need
reattempt.
to fucking explain his shit. Kuno's king. He rules here. Fuck did you want?
Explain himself? As if explaining some kind of work? Some kind of avant-garde work way ahead of its time?
I don't want to art.
You must get to the bottom of this one of these days. Sad.
Kuno doesn't fucking care.
Thanks, Kuno. Always a treat to talk to. Oh yeah, I can do the ledger now. Should do that. Forgot I got that bonus from talking to the corpse.
It's the ledger you found. Oh, and the cool piece of toilet paper is stuck.
Hangman's advice.
Just relax. The two sides of the board are slightly misaligned, like a drawer that's come off the slides. All you need to do is bend the plastic on your knee. Slowly, the slides snap back into place. It should be possible to just, you know,
slide the drawer
without
open.
resistance or sound. The two panels move against each other. The compartment is now open. 2 ticket stubs and a handmade postcard.
Kill yourself. Pick up the ticket stubs.
Octopuses are smiling, reaching their tentacles toward each other in the colored pencil
Zoo
drawings.
access.
The tickets permit access to the zoo in Revachol East. The aquarium costs extra. These let you go there too.
Awesome.
Thin wax paper has been glued to a piece of cardboard. Sounds like leaves rustling when you pick it up. You see violet flowers, floral patterns, patches of glue.
Smell
It
it.
smells of chewing gum. Apricot flavored. A touch of cinnamon. The end of summer. You think the label says tutti frutti.
Tutti frutti.
Familiar handwriting lines the inside of the card. Looped, round letters in a woman's hand. A young woman in her 20s. There is care, effort, and a smile. You think. Although that is not something you can read from someone's handwriting. Harry, it begins. You're already reading.
Sure,
I want to
Harry
write you
now.
a letter so you can read it when you wake up. Throw it away, please.
But it'll make me happy.
A merciful wind blows in from the bay of Revachol, dusting the ground at your feet and raising newspapers far away. You feel the card slipping into it.
Hold on to it. Read the
Your
card.
hands shake, holding onto it. Every morning when I step out, you're asleep behind me. It says, I find a little piece of sadness in me. I carry it in my chest, down Voyager Road. Every step I take, it grows. By the time I reach the
pretty
fuel
big
station,
morale hit,
it
I
has
think.
filled me entirely. I step onto the light rail and look back. Sparks fall from the bow collector. I know it will be like this until late afternoon, when I get off the 42 and walk back to you. You. Every step I take will get lighter. It almost makes me run. Sometimes I do. I can't believe I met you. I can't believe the happiness I feel with you. You have a vast,
I like how you get
vast
afraid as you're
soul,
reading it at the
and I
beginning.
will always come back to it. Kisses, kisses, kisses. You feel the air sucked out of your lungs and the blood sucked out of your head. Everything around you gets dark. Small white dots appear. Sparks fall like snow from the bow collector. A streetcar distancing. You feel the ledger slip from your hand.
How long am I going to be out? I think I saved before this. Dies of heartbreak. Oh, Jesus. It's a bad ending? That's cool.
There is nothing.
Wait, I'm confused.
Again.
So this isn't the same as a game over, right?
Nothing sad, brother. No treachery, just blackout. Well, almost nothing. There is the ground below you, that's still there. And the small light that's on, fluttering, somewhere in the basal ganglia. That's me. Blue eyes, that's me. Who was what?
He speaks of the sickening longing, the unwell emotion. Even in the darkness, he's grasping for it. Still trying to hold on to the great sorrows slipping in the water.
The call when you're dead, brother.
Here in the paleo-mammalian cortex, we call it the shadow. Because it's always there.
I like this. This is pretty cool. Like, intense ennui from reading a memory that's so far behind you.
Bloated corpse of the past resurfacing.
No, it was beautiful.
Beautiful. Believe me, stupid ape. Its lack of beauty was not the problem.
Where's Voyager Road?
There is no Voyager Road. There are no roads, no houses, no lights in the windows. It's all on pause. Yeah, man. What was that about? You
just lie there emotionless. I'm probably gonna have to reload because I need it. This causes me to miss my timed event to talk to Kim.
Breathing on your face now, inspecting your pupils, stupid idiot.
Yes, they're pouring something on you. It's in you. And
It's delicious. Glowing lights on a dashboard emerge out of nothingness.
Okay, we lost some time, but not a ton of time.
In the upholstered cabin of Lieutenant Kitsuragi's motor carriage, seated in the driver's basket, the air is thick with leatherworks and heavy fuel oil. Cold water runs down your chin.
Drink. Water.
The water is cold, silvery, the stuff of life itself as it pours down your parched throat. The pounding in your head recedes. The darkness parts.
Drink. You haven't drunk water in 2 days. Did you know the human body is not made to survive on alcohol alone? You need a secondary form of hydration.
With greedy gulps, you down half a liter of cold water.
Be nice if I had hit points there and got full heal there.
The lieutenant pays no heed to it.
What happened?
Came in contact with the burnt-out ruins of the past. I like how the fact that it ended nice actually made it worse. That's great.
You were reading your paperwork. Then you passed out. I carried you to my kinema to take you to a hospital. Then you came to. 10 minutes, maybe. That does sometimes happen.
It does sometimes happen.
You dropped these. Are you okay to proceed?
Let's solve this case.
Good.
Interesting. Probably don't have time to talk to the lady. Look at
An
this.
intricate web of blue lines stretches across the torso of the hanged man, from the right shoulder to the solar plexus. Each time, the pattern
Yeah, I've seen that before.
kind of has an ethnic feel to it, but nothing familiar.
What's the meaning of this
For you to
tattoo?
discover, you've gotten as far as you will without assistance. Someone who knows about history could tell you. Gone.
Try the cryptozoologist. She seemed pretty history privy. It heals all your health and morale. Okay.
Hello again, sweetie. Oh, sweetie, I heard you.
If she could, this woman would feed and clothe you and every other. You must.
It's not easy.
Interesting idea.
Oh, no, I'm so sorry.
Sorry.
The worker is in a deep slumber. You see a heavy steel.
So I don't know what to do with the blue door. Oh, my ledger's completely gone. Interesting. Ledger of failure and hatred. Huh. Interesting.
It's the ledger you found in the trash. A cabbage of oath and a cool piece of toilet paper is stuck to the back. Without resistance or sound, the two panels moved
Kill
against
yourself.
each other. The words just crossed your mind somehow.
What were they
Who do you
for?
think? It's slightly, ever so slightly.
I have that as a racing thoughts dismissal. So I totally get it. Want to die, want to die, want to die, that kind of thing. Makes sense now. The first time I opened the compartment and that was like a racing thought option. I'm like, what? That doesn't make any sense. Like, oh, now I understand. Use it to pass out on command.
Fuck does Kuno care? The fuck do you want with it? Is it? You got whatever, piggy. It's a vitamin.
You could use some.
Okay, what?
Oh, don't teach him.
Oh, sorry, that was
Kuno.
new.
He's gonna use it against you, Kuno.
You're not getting this, pig. It completely takes away the hangover.
We had that last time too.
Good
Okay.
call, Pigmeister. Kuno doesn't fucking care.
Well, I've ended the day without getting the body down. Will I still be able to talk to the rich lady tomorrow? Or is today my only chance? I'm trying to think if there's anything that's missable today that I really need to focus on. Okay, thanks.
Right to work! Right to work! Shame on you!
How many times know how to punch a guy out, do you? A big race theorist guarding a
Not
button?
before you get in there and get your ass whooped. Learn by failure, I always say.
He might have some advice, but you got to at least try to fight Measurehead first. Return if you fail.
I could have if I got the gun right. I didn't actually attempt to shoot it. And also, once I got the realization that I couldn't use the gun, I should have just gone straight for it.
Hola, wandering man. How can I help you?
Just know about the armor.
The little boy had a good on his promise to get me into trouble, to sick the pigs on me. part in the choice of words, not mine.
What happened?
I was asked to look into that armor situation. Official Union probe, you know. Track it down, see who took it.
Did you?
At first I thought, why not? Maybe the pieces can feed the strike. Buy us a few more days under the sun, you know? So I went to this boy. He said he'll make me his prison bitch. He's got eyes everywhere, the cops in his pocket, and he's the king of Jamrock. Serves me right for doing menial footwork. I dropped that probe right then and there, and it still got me into trouble. One bad move is all it takes.
For the armor, what'd you
learned
learn?
that people don't want to talk to a drunk Union man about some armor.
What else?
Not much. Technical stuff mostly. That was the interesting part. It's a minor nuisance. It's all good. I did some research into this armadura. Let's say I have friends at the library. I didn't get into the material science, just how it comes off.
How does it come off?
In parts. 4 in total. The helmet was the first to go. The kid says he tore it off and kicked it into the sea. I believe him. The boots were still on the guy last I saw. Too hard to remove. So, as I count, there are 2 parts missing. The gauntlets and the cuirass. This is where I left off. Too much hassle. More like a job for some militia.
I'm gonna find all of it. What about leggings?
Oh, they're just gone. They don't exist anymore, if they ever did at all. Forget about them. I did.
I'm gonna find one piece of it.
Some junior officers can take care of the rest.
Smart choice. It's only that one spot you need armored too. The one the bullet hits. Good luck if you go for those boots though. You'd have an easier time wresting the spurs off a boyadero than getting them off him.
Thank you for your cooperation, sir.
If you see that kid, thank him from Call Me Mañana. Thank him for showing me the way.
He is sincerely grateful. He is not tracking down pieces of armor right now.
You were citizens with a dead
Body
body
still hanging in
situation.
the tree? Aye, that's a rough pickle. Can't help you with that, sorry. I'm not really an admirer of dead bodies. Might be someone else from the Union can render assistance. I don't operate in that capacity. I'm not a granter of passage. The passage grants itself.
Beneath the jolliness, he suddenly seems doubtful. If it's so simple, why did the scab leader warn you of the guards blocking the way?
Aye. Walk right past Measurehead and go in. Yeah, the 2.5 meter tall Semini supremacist up there. Walk right past him, then press the button to unlock the door, then go past him again, and you enter the arbor through the office. Está.
So you're saying it's actually quite difficult.
Don't worry, I'm sure it's not completely impossible. For example, you could best Measurehead in a physical confrontation, or you could convert to a Semini supremacist worldview. Or, maybe it actually is completely impossible.
Hey, the scabs tried converting to his
John Luke
worldview?
himself would say the philosophy has proven
Hey,
overly
thanks, guys.
heroic for the scabs to convert to. Not enough intuition. Not yet, no. He's incredibly strong. Sure.
I'm impressed at how many like physical skill checks there are in this game.
The unpromising race pupil returns.
3%. Should have other stuff that I can check out here.
A lorry stuck in the traffic jam.
Let me check that. I feel like it's snowing and then raining at night is like the perfect atmosphere for this game. It's an awful mix, kind of slush.
The woman still has her eyes fixed on the photograph in her hands.
Legitimately kind of hard to see at nighttime in this game. Am I blocked from leaving in ways that I wasn't previously blocked? Hold on. I'm gonna have to call on the radio.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out tool.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you? Sure, officer. What's the number? And the make of the armor, if you know it. Got it. I'll contact the ICP database immediately.
Back tomorrow. I'm glad I did that before the end of the day.
Hopefully they'll have dug up something useful by then.
The International Collaboration Police, ICP, is an inter-Isoleri law enforcement service, the crown jewel in the moral intern diadem, alongside EPIS and the coalition government.
57, over and out.
In the cabin, you see a set.
Thank you. I have 19 minutes to do something, so try to do something. I just take one at night when they're gone and give it back to them and pretend like, no, okay. That would be messed up.
The metal feels cold and wet under your palm. The
Poor
metal
little viewer.
feels cold. Just an ordinary wall. Nothing to see here.
Cindy's artistic impulses are infectious. In the dimming light, some things become clearer.
Because you see it, finally. This wall is sublime. Look at it. The shadows, the colors.
Let the conceptual joy flow into your pupils and blossom into
All
thoughts
the
in your
other
brain.
walls on all the other houses must make a pilgrimage in adoration of this, the uncontested pinnacle of wallcraft, color peeled from the very face of God. O Wall Father.
We must paint this wall.
He sounds tired of it all. Cindy the Skull has all the necessary materials. Talk to her.
Draw nourishment from this wall's beauty.
Mm-hmm. Sure. If you must.
That seems like a good use of my time. Cindy the Skull left for the night. Oh, she's still up there.
Hello again, officers. Have you come to admire my mural?
I need some paint.
What for?
Art. It's for art.
Well, if it's for art. But what kind of art are we talking about?
Everything is sad. We need art to make it okay.
Sounds like you're just about to live out your self-pity, not make a statement. I can't have shit art on my conscience.
Crush a man's dreams like that. I hope you're happy.
There, Piggy. I guess art just isn't really you.
Explain your
Fish
artistic
yourself
intentions.
in life and in everything.
It's too bad. I don't know what the achievement I got was. It said something about being the scariest cop. Sorriest cop. That's a different word. balcony. Nothing for you here right now. It's a weird thing where sometimes I inspect something and then my character gets like locked in place for a second. Usually it's happening after every inspect right now.
This door is made of metal and appears to be reinforced. Someone here really values their security. Number 28. This is where the cleaning lady said the smoker on the balcony lives.
Let's see if anyone's home. Knock on the door.
No one answers.
Looks like the young man we are looking for isn't home. I think our best chance to catch him is in the evening. We should return tomorrow after we have finished with our day's work. How about 9 p.m.? Sound good? The smoker on the balcony. This is why we're here, right? He might know something about the
Could I have talked to him if I had come up here and knocked before 9 p.m. today?
Suddenly, he's a little worried about your memory. Don't worry. It's mostly all still here. You can remember things. You got this.
Tomorrow, 9 p.m., right here. Apartment number 28. Good, let's go.
Damn. Turns out it's quite tricky finding someone in a big apartment building. Don't worry. You'll get him. Remember, tomorrow, he's probably gone for today.
Yeah, it keeps locking up after I interact with something. Super weird. That's a glitch or an intended mechanic, or... Oh, okay, cool, thanks. Want to get over to that shit somehow. I can path over there. Commodore Red. I wonder if I need to restart the game or something. It's really weird every time I talk to somebody. Closed by Martinez Realty Associates.
Ooh, the piggies have learned how to saunter up staircases. I didn't think you could do that with hooves. But
You've evolved.
yeah, I can see that. Cool mutation.
That smell coming from her paint bucket. It's not paint. It's heavy fuel oil. Red-dyed heavy fuel oil is only used in government vehicles. Or at least that's the idea.
Is that government fuel
What did
oil?
you think I was using? Aquarels? Sucked it out of a cop's fuel tank myself. Back in Jamrock.
She really did it. She's proud of it too.
That's some clever cultural
You ain't
commentary.
seen nothing yet, Piggy Boo.
I was thinking about the murder victim's missing
What do
armor.
I care about some fucking tin eggshells?
Isn't armor art?
Ugh,
Art for the body?
alright, sad Piggy. I'll give you this
Girl in the
one.
fishing
I
village.
saw a little girl in the fishing village running around with military-grade handwear. Looked cute as hell. If you haven't been there, the village is a shithole down the coast from the main plaza. Have a good time. Piggy, I have no idea why I just told you that. You look like a shaggy dog left in the rain for too long. I have a weakness for animals.
Why, thank you. Okay, well that's exciting. I'm wondering if I made a mistake by not selecting the option to find all of the armor pieces. I'm guessing if you don't pick the task to find all the armor pieces, you can't. You're only allowed to pick one if you only choose one. Alright, we gotta go have our meeting with Kim. Police work is tough. Take breaks, talk to strangers, and explore, but do some police work. Also, pay your rent. I assume they're not going to let me sleep, and I'll just have to, like, crash on the street. Take some penalties tomorrow because of it. Very small amount of police work. Challenging, legendary, impossible, formidable. Day debrief. Back in a day for the number. Confront Kuno about lying to you. Get the boots off the victim's feet. Add even more beauty to the wall. Since Kuno's not out anymore. Definitely look like a police officer.
Can I help you? Another thing. Great. Yes. Yes. Have you got it? Yes.
I'm gonna find somewhere to waste 5 minutes. Let me see if there's any other NPCs in here that I can talk to now that the place is bumping.
The worker is in a deep slumber.
Hello again, sweetie.
Tried the money one. I think Kuno's gone outside. So I could try shooting the body down with Kuno not there to intimidate you. I don't know if that matters. He's still here.
Fuck does Kuno
You promised to sick the pigs on him. Told me to thank you.
Fuck, okay. Kuno's a giver like that, yes?
Kuno sent your fat ass running around like jello.
Look, pig, Kuno sent you to rough some people up.
I will
played
remember
you.
this,
That
Kuno.
happened. Now you and Kuno should move on. You got fucked. You got fucked, pig. Fucked bad. Of course you're gonna remember this. Now get the fuck out of here, Grief and the Kuno. After this shit, you better have something real interesting to say if you want to stay in Kuno's face.
Yeah, real interesting.
Kuno doesn't fucking care.
Good for you, Kuno. I think.
The man before you is naked, but for a pair of underpants and white boots. As you narrow, this is a trick. Only the lower extremities. The cadaver slowly twists on the...
Alright, so once you bail out of trying to shoot the corpse, you've bailed out. Gotcha. Makes sense. Pick dialogue options to begin with hold on or wait to gain additional information. Huh. Maybe his thing about the magnesium, we could do something with it, I guess not. Need to pass time, oh god. I guess reading maybe gives you thoughts and stuff that you can process for other things, but... So I should look at what my thought options are here. Bow collector. -1 authority. -1 hand-eye coordination. So these are all like penalties you take while you're considering it, right? Bad PR. Head in the clouds. All right, I need to pass exactly 2 minutes. Kuno doesn't have it for me.
The tracks are as they have ever been. A bit more worn, perhaps. Fortunately, the street sweeper still hasn't noticed their presence.
Never actually made it in there.
Hello again, officer. How are things?
Working on it.
Oh, okay. Thanks for keeping me in the know.
Thanks for letting me know. No problem. Happy to help. Sorry, we're shit cops. I didn't think it was gonna be that hard to get the body down.
Hello again, my man. What's on your mind?
What are you hauling?
High-grade narcotics, illegal firearms, stuff like that. Can't even get a few jokes past you, my man. I've got another haul of found cargo. Mostly sporting goods, tracksuits, and that kind of thing. They usually get shipped to Grodd in the Occident. Though we've been making headway in the Ilmaran market lately.
Can I get one of those tracksuits?
We're pals and all, but I can't just freely hand out the merchandise. The bosses won't be happy.
The man taps his fingers rhythmically against his arm.
Later, dude.
We should think about calling it a day, maybe. The nights are still miserably cold this time of year. We should take care of that, then. Let's talk to him anyway. An officer of the RCM shouldn't be sleeping in the street. We'll figure something out.
Though he finds this situation frustrating, he is doing his best to not make you feel any worse than you already do.
So is debriefing talking to the cafeteria manager? Do I have to do that before I talk to the cafeteria manager? guess I'm just worried that I'm going to lock myself into something that'll prevent me from being able to do that event.
Can I help you? Yes. Have you got it?
We're doing an arrangement for
Does
tonight.
that arrangement include you paying me what we already agreed you owe me?
Kim was about to say something. Let him.
I understand your predicament as the manager. However, I feel I must remind you that we are here to conduct an important investigation that also affects your business.
Forgive me for saying this, but your colleague seems more committed to drinking, and I mean no offense. It's really nothing personal. I just have to protect the interests of this establishment. Good
So
luck
my
trying
key.
to use it.
Draconian measures.
All the locks have an electronic component. They have to be unlocked down here with a master key before your guest key will open the lock. Not until you bring me the money.
Okay, I might have something in my motor carriage we can use when you're done here.
I really didn't want to resort to this. The man is thinking.
Oh, Lieutenant, we're done here.
I don't have anywhere near enough money, even with all the bottles in my bag. Oh, drugs raise learning caps. That's clever. Just saying, I really liked how Griftlands handles alcohol. You need those like pronunciation guides because there presumably wasn't voice acting before.
Yes? What do you want to know? What's there to say? It's just stupidity.
What kind
The
of
cop
stupidity?
can't. Our precincts can't decide if Martinez is part of Jamrock or the Industrial Harbor. Yours or mine, as if we somehow own parts of the city. Typical street gang mentality. So we've let the Union make a mockery of law enforcement here, and now it's come to its natural conclusion. Well, sort of. It's less a matter of who gets to police Martinez than who has to. It's an orphan district, in other words. I think the dispatch desk just told both our stations about the hanging. There was quite the brouhaha at the 57th, I can tell you that. Time to settle it, they said. Cop off. But I assure you, I am not their finest or toughest, with 102 cases solved. What I am is least interested in a pissing competition.
So he volunteered to represent the 57th, but not out of competitiveness. On the contrary, somewhere in your mind hangs a dark green blackboard. There are two columns. One says, cases solved. The other, confirmed kills.
You had 104 solved cases.
Well, technically. The official record keeper has been known to double count murder-suicides.
A common accounting gimmick used to inflate precinct stats.
You're still a good
I'm
cop,
good
right?
enough for this case. I'm not here to compete. I came because I had to. My fellow officers, the sergeants in particular, would have made this scene into a circus.
Special about Martinez.
Nothing. It's just a puddle at the end of some drain pipe. No one cares about this place. They care about sports. Most of our colleagues don't even know how to get here. North of the interchange doesn't exist.
Wonder what this says about me.
It's all part of the master plan, you see.
I'm a highly experimental cop. I'm a hero cop.
Really?
Arrive at the scene 3 days early, drink myself to oblivion, fully reimmerse myself in this reality, and then work the case from an angle so crisp and fresh it produces never-before-seen results. Not only for criminology, but for the human mind.
It can't be that.
I'm notoriously difficult to work with wonderkind with extremely unorthodox methods. I'm just a drunk. They sent a drunk.
Are you sure? Who could say it's not true? If you really don't remember anything, how would you know? We should move.
The rows are endless.
For Precinct 41.
Jean Vitmer, Judith Minot, a special consultant. What was his name? Then the rows degrade into green nothingness. Your brothers have left you.
Yes, it's a wholly pointless matter. Forget I ever mentioned it.
Sorry, cop +1. Sylvie's suicide jokes. Roy mentioned suicide.
Look at you.
83.
It's because you're a failure. They sent you to Slight, Precinct 57.
That makes more sense than the other stuff I thought of.
Just think about it for a second. You're a raging alcoholic who showed up 3 days late and argues with his necktie. You weren't sent here to win.
What if my precinct sent me on this case because I'm a fuck-up, like as a joke?
I've considered it.
So it's true.
It would be immensely ugly of them, not to mention unprofessional. But I also think it's somewhat unlikely.
Why is that?
I checked the records. This jurisdiction dispute, who polices Martinez, reaches back to the 30s. It's as old as my station. And all this time we can't decide who gets Martinez? I think, yes, both stations would prefer a win.
So you are their finest.
I am the finest of nothing.
Do you really see me as a safe bet?
No. But you're old. You've made it this far. Something has brought you through. We've only just started working together, so I don't know what it is yet. But it's there. So no, I don't think they sent you as a joke. And even if they did, they are in for a surprise.
Nice.
Me? I don't see how my life is pertinent to the investigation.
Work better if we have more rapport.
That's a fair point. All right, for the good of the investigation, what do you want to know?
Icebreakers, you're wearing glasses.
You feel a slight urge to put the lieutenant down for this, but you can't quite muster enough testosterone.
Oh, well, I'm glad that failed. Glasses are cool.
Are they? They are mostly just cumbersome.
You could use a good, normal pair yourself.
You look like other people
it's
around
because
here.
I'm half Seolite, or quarter. My father's father was from Seoul. So was my grandmother, but from my mother's side. It's not an interesting topic.
What is Seoul?
It's a part of the world, officer. A geopolitical entity and a geographic division. I told you it wouldn't be interesting.
Seoul is a protectionist, isolationist, pan-Isolari state west of the Insulindian Isola. Actually, it's quite interesting. Some would even say mysterious.
You're only making it sound uninteresting.
You're barking up the wrong tree. I don't speak a word of Seolite. I've never met either one of my grandparents, and I've never been to Seoul. I'm a regular Revacholière.
He seems proud of these
He's
things.
glad to have shut down your question.
Tell me a secret about yourself. No. Oh,
The
okay.
lieutenant nods.
Do you ever talk with yourself?
What do you mean?
When you're thinking.
I have no idea what you're
Your conversations with your brain.
The lieutenant's conceptualization skills must be rather rudimentary.
Thank you,
The
conceptualization.
lieutenant is a police officer of the old school. His concerns are material and extrinsic. But this isn't an old school case.
How do you, tap the side of your head? Saying your brain never just chimes in with advice or warnings or anything? I get it, you're an old school detective.
So what? That makes you the new school? God spare us. For real detective work, nothing beats a good notebook by your side.
The lieutenant produces his familiar mnemotechnique A6 and idly thumbs through a few pages. That's where his conversations with himself take place. We
That's
all
fair.
have our different mediums. His is written.
Good. Let's change the subject. Excuse me? You
Just an
have
observation.
a distinctive way of walking. If I were to walk in front of you, we would surely collide.
What do you mean,
I
distinctive?
hope you don't take this the wrong way. It's just a collegial observation. In the 57th, we call it the Jamrock Shuffle. Officers from Jamrock's 41st Precinct tend to move a bit erratically. They say it's a scene-clearing technique developed by one of your lieutenants for gathering evidence. It's erratic, yet thorough. Prioritizes containers.
Oh, that's meta as fuck. I love it.
Yes, but containers contain things. Shiny things.
That's racist.
They're interesting.
I don't prioritize containers. Why containers?
I don't know. Containers contain, I guess. I'm making assumptions. We should move on.
Passing along frivolous interdepartmental stereotypes is not usually his oeuvre. He regrets bringing it up.
Okay. Okay, so that's just gonna happen when I go to call it a day. Yeah, that's great. Hi, Benedict. Yes, I love you too. Please don't knock the monitor over again.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers.
Yes,
a red-
yes, yes.
I have something here we could sell. Look in the back, in the suspect transport enclosure.
Transport enclosure. Regular people just call it the cage. The cage at the back of the motor carriage looks rather uncomfortable. 4 shiny hubcaps.
Shiny
are stacked
hubcaps?
against the seat.
I don't want to sell
The
your
silver
hubcaps, man.
edges
I'm sorry.
sparkle in the dark.
I confiscated these 4 a little while back. We can take them to the pawn shop down by the Martinez Canal.
What do you mean,
A couple of
confiscated?
weeks ago, I stopped a young man for going slower than the speed of traffic. Turns out he was some coalition official's son and high.
You took his spinners?
I took them and arrested him for driving under the influence. That they are. I was going to take them into evidence, but they weren't necessary for conviction. He never asked for them back.
Goodest of the good cops. Do you want to put these spinners on your machine?
No, that would be silly. I don't know why I kept them. It doesn't matter. I couldn't put them on this MC anyway. A cop with spinners. That would be outrageous.
Yeah, outrageously cool.
The
Not.
spinners shine so bright they reflect on the lieutenant's glasses. He doesn't say anything either. The lieutenant nods as you take the spinners.
Reason. I feel kind of bad taking Kim's spinners, but we're riding spinners, they don't stop. thought cabinet.
Greetings on this fine night. What brings you here?
It's cool that you're still open. Big city
The
vibes.
pawn shop is always open.
Roy doesn't really sleep. I'll try the white electrochemistry check.
Okay. He definitely is high. Whatever it is, you've probably done it, and many other things besides. But you can't cut through the jumble of sensations to get to the answer. Looking at his wares, talking to him, that might give you more clues. A guardian like him wouldn't tell you if you asked out loud.
Yes, we'd like to sell these hubcaps.
Spinners.
Roy takes the hubcaps.
I didn't get a chance to read the description of the radiant spinners.
The spinners appear iridescent in the dancing light of his pawn shop.
Yes, these are very, very good. Did you defraud some foreign prince for them? Jump a misc banger? No matter. I'll give you 200 real.
No one was defrauded or jumped, I assure you.
Of course. I meant no offense. 200 real for you, officer. Delightful doing business with you. Do come again.
Thank you. Here's the 130 real you need for your bill. Do not waste it.
The windfall is a small consolation.
Thanks,
Anything
man.
else you're thinking of selling?
Not the corpse photo. God, what could
Another
you be?
time, perhaps.
Completely fucking terrible cop. A shockingly awful, terrible cop. Ask him questions about
Martinez
this.
streetlight sits among assorted floor and table lamps.
Where'd you get
It was
this?
brought to me to be altered.
We are not here to investigate the theft of city property. You have to admit it's rather clever what he's done with it.
Yes, officer. As you see, it's in perfect working order.
His manner is casual, but his speech is careful, measured. He wants you to know that he has nothing to hide.
700 real. A bargain, I dare say.
Imagine it wasn't easy sawing off that lamp.
I don't know where it came from, but it's not every day you get to buy and sell something so extraordinary.
You really could spend 700 real on the street lamp. Watch it be like a victory condition.
On this fine night. What?
Okay, I thought maybe I was going to get more Roy background by doing that. So, I could have told Kim that I wasn't going to sell his spinners, and I could have, I guess I could just take the money and go waste it somewhere, right? Like, I guess I'm going to go turn in the money now, but what's the penalty for sleeping on the floor? Is it just like fuck you up the next day or something? Sleeping outside, rather.
Can I help you?
Really? Where you didn't have enough money?
Yes. Have you got it? Well?
I hope you choke on it. Sorry. All right. I really hope there's an in-game sorry counter.
Great. Thank you, officer. That's all I wanted. Payment for services rendered. If you continue to stay here, I just ask that you please pay your nightly bill in advance starting tomorrow. The electronic lock to your room has been disabled till 9 p.m. tomorrow. Please pay for each night in advance starting tomorrow. 20 real per night.
Hey, I almost have 20
I'll
real.
take a
Awesome.
room here too.
Of course. Always happy to have officers from the RCM as guests. Anything else I can do for you?
The journal page, you said? Sorry, cop. Superstar cop, apocalypse cop, boring cop, communist, fascist, ultra-liberal, moralist, good cop, bad cop, honor, people killed, cases solved, years in service. So did I get the achievement for hitting 10 Sorry Cop? I guess that is actually affecting things. Like when I had a certain number of communist thoughts earlier, it gave me some dialogue options that probably weren't available either. As long as you don't have a free place to stay, you have to do this every night. Okay. Well, that seems to suggest you eventually get a free place to stay. All right, so I'm going to save first because I want to do this debrief with Kim, but I'm guessing I've been worried this whole time that it like is missable and maybe has never been missable. Just meant to say you can't do this until a specific time occurs.
Yes? Yes?
No, I guess it's not talking to him up here. It must trigger automatically when I like try to go to sleep in my room or something. I want to try to use as much of the time as fruitfully as possible here. I might go use my level up that I just got and try to jump down and grab my badge again. Grab my coat at least. It's paining me to not like spend every skill point on a thought slot though, because I like the idea of running those thoughts. Ah, I haven't been up there, I don't think. I don't know how to get up there. I'm generally trying to avoid save scumming, but I might save scum this one. I've already invested a skill point into this. I guess it's a stat that maybe is going to become relevant again in the future. And we said that like the game is built around knowing that you're going to fail sometimes, so... I just wish that I couldn't. I wish the game did a thing that was like, we don't think you're ever going to do that, or we're not going to plan for you doing that. But I guess it would change some of the design, right? I guess there's only so many points I can put in there anyway, so... It's done with immense panache.
A tarpaulin cloak is still caught on the railing. No one has claimed it for the
58. Hey, first try. Okay.
As you
I'm glad after all that investment.
The breeze engulfs you, sharpening your senses.
That's cool. Let your senses take in the world around you.
From the tension, blood roaring in your ears. You are ready for your rendezvous with the concrete pavement below.
He's so on the money, Bratan! Just imagine yourself dual-wielding a bottle and a flaming cigarette whilst airborne!
Yeah, I thought about rolling all threes, and I've been thinking about it since I started playing the game. Like, man, I kind of wish I rolled all threes, because then I'd have a decent chance of doing everything, since it's like having a 72% isn't much of a promise, you know?
As the concrete floor welcomes you, you realize it's been a while since you felt so alive. Alert, capable.
No,
must be.
I'm glad I didn't pick it. I also wouldn't want to save scum every skill check. That sounds lame.
My climbing down might not have been as
Also, interesting thing happens when you fail sometimes, so.
Explore the harbor now.
With your feet firmly planted on the concrete, the noise of the harbor rushes back in.
Taking back the streets. Shivers, know thy neighborhood. Pants back. I'm hoping that's just a permanent unlock now, because I think I still need to check in. So, I guess this is a minor spoiler, but I really would like to know to be able to plan my gameplay here. I would like to debrief with Kim, just to do the task and stuff. Can I keep playing until he says, okay, we gotta check in now? Is there any reason to check in early? Is there any penalty for checking in early or checking in late? We've got the rest of the like formula of this game on.
And the payphone is looking down at you from the wall. A note on the side says, tokens unavailable due to strike.
Time freezes at 2 a.m. So once it freezes, I can then go and debrief and end the day. Okay. Book. Communism. It established the antlers thing. Man, democracy. Yeah, I'm just thinking of every day as a collection of, like, minutes to spend. I guess I could imagine them doing something where, like, wrapping early gives you some kind of bonus on the next day. Yeah, I think they said 21 earlier. That sounds right. Neat office shades.
On second glance, someone has forgotten to properly close one of the drawers.
It's
nice.
Unfortunate for the Union to just leave their paperwork lying around like this.
Let's see what's inside, he thinks. The drawer opens smoothly. Inside is a well-organized selection of brown folders. Hundreds of documents containing logistical data. Two kinds of transactions stand out. Materials coming into Revachol from the outside world, from Muindi, Grad, and even Ilmara.
I love how there's like nested skill checks to be able to pass certain things and that the skills are completely unrelated. Like, what was the skill again to figure out how to get into Kuno's shack? It was like conceptualization or something stupid, right?
And the same materials being handed over to companies inside Revachol. Kuron, Coal City, La Delta, and Jamrock are listed among the many districts where the
Maybe just been
imports are
perception.
being sold.
I guess they're both yellow
It's
skulls
hard to
then.
make sense of this thicket of company names, dates, quantities, and percentages. You try to focus, but the lines are getting blurry. The drawer slides shut.
Yeah, conceptualization is blue, but if it was perception, that's yellow, and so is the one we used to jump. Visual calculus, a bit dry. Art cop, nice.
The file cabinet stands steady as ever. Look how blurry all the lines on these papers are. How unwieldy your own willpower is to yourself. You're like an absurdist Samaran monk, focusing through not focusing. Hermeneutics was almost within your grasp, but now only vague letters float before your eyes. Less meaningful, but aesthetically more pleasing.
But I actually focus through not focusing?
You're a police officer, not a spiritual healer. You can focus the normal way by turning your attention to something and not letting go.
Is that what you're doing with those folders over there?
Yes.
Right. This is probably not relevant to our case.
Hey, volition thought
We're
focusing.
not investigating an accounting mystery.
Whatever's hidden here is hidden well. Concentration isn't enough. Only a trained accountant with a background in logistics would be able to really make sense of it. However, there is a little handwritten note stuck on the side of the drawer. It appears to be a to-do list written in large, uneven capital letters. Remember, Leo, Everard's shoes, special whirling borscht, water Everard's plants, sweep office floor, more banners. All items on the list have been crossed out, and the note itself is crumpled.
Everard Clare, probably, the head of the Debarders Union. One of his aides must have left it. Nothing incriminating here.
The special borscht seems a bit odd in the list.
Special borscht.
Remember, Leo, all items on the list have been crossed out. The drawer slides shut smoothly.
I see. Okay. Well, hopefully my time lock doesn't get me in trouble then. Don't be afraid to say weird things. People are more forgiving to people of power like police officers. We made all of this dialogue. Please don't not say it because it's weird, please. I guess if you avoid saying weird dialogue, then you're not enjoying Disco Elysium to its fullest. Forest under snow. Yeah, this weird lock thing keeps happening to me. I don't know what it is.
Control panel with several knobs. 2 buttons marked Marsh and Arrête are faded with use. It seems to control the large crane above. A container is attached to its hook block. Allumer on, étendre off.
Let's not. Move by clicking. No. Thanks, Encyclopedia. I assumed arrête meant stop? Like arrest? Are those connected etymologically? Hey! March means like go, yeah. I don't know any French, but I know enough Romance language etymology to fake it if it's like on a sign or something. Smells like burnt coffee. Yeah, that freeze is so weird. It's very brief. What's happening right now? Maybe I need to restart the game.
Container, container, I'll turn you nice and red. Container, container, put the logos on.
The lyrics to this container song are being made up as he goes along.
Thank you, conceptualization.
The accent is so thick, it's impossible not to notice he's Ubi, from the vanishing peninsula of Ubisunt on Muindi.
I love the sick.
Container, container, used to be Wild Pines. Container, container, now belongs to Everard.
Hi.
Everard, he looks after everyone. Huh? Well, hey there. How can I help you, mister?
Yeah, I'm loving it so far.
The look in his deep blue eyes is as sincere as you've ever seen. Kind of makes you feel like an arsehole for no apparent reason.
I see you are not a union man, mister. Did you get lost? You're not one of them scabs, are you?
I know exactly what empathy means. What is it with you people in scabs?
I mean, I don't personally mind. Folks is just folks, you know, and folks gotta eat. Just some of the other guys don't look too kindly on the scabbing kind, if you know what I mean, mister.
You're Ubi, right?
Oh, yes. Born and raised in Ariash, mister. Mum had to leave my dad after he got a bit violent. Took us here to the new world. I was about 10 then. Too old to lose my accent then. People say us Ubis are up to all sorts of trouble with sheep and other animals and whatnot. I just want you to know there was never any of that where I come from. No, sir. Those are just nasty rumors.
Thank you for clarifying that, sir.
What's going on with containers? Are you the Leo who wrote the note to make more banners?
Oh, yes. I leave all kinds of notes for myself. That old head of mine ain't so good at keeping things in no more. I almost forgot about the borscht.
What was that about the special borscht?
Oh, yes. I've been taking special whirling borscht to the men every day since the strike started. It's very, very good. Makes a man feel so warm and happy. I feel like I could take on Mr. Renadan's boar dogs every time the lunch is done.
Taking the soup to the men.
Yes. I'm taking it to them. The borscht keeps them happy and in fighting spirits. Makes you all warm inside. They brew it in the whirling in rags.
Who makes it?
Oh, the whirling's cook. He makes it. Them is always talking with Mr. Manana in that weird language and laughing together. He doesn't speak what we speak. He's from Grad.
Accept the borscht task.
Oh, sure, mister. Sure. You do that. Yes, sir.
He didn't actually understand what you meant, and now he's just nodding along.
What are you doing?
I'm just making some covers for them containers here. Yes, I am. So it's easier for the crane operators to spot them.
This is a red check. It cannot be retried.
Sure, mister. About what? Bye-bye.
I think I have some logic. I might already have something equipped that's logic-based. Nah, it's visual calculus is what I was thinking of. I think the glasses give me logic, yeah. Alright, I'll give it a try. And the bum hat screws up my rhetoric.
Oh, hey, mister. I knew you'd be back to talk with old Leo here. Yes, I did. It's like Lady Lariche said when she opened a bathhouse in the basement of my apartment building. They can only get so far before they're aching to get back. And lots of folk really did keep coming back. No trouble at all, mister. Oh, I'm just making some covers for them.
Everything is so pretty and red.
It hurts
You
every
and Leo
time.
look like brothers as you glance around with similar childlike wonder.
Wow, red is so much prettier than drabbled green.
Sure is, mister. Sure is. Really livens up the place. Yes, it does. Yes, it does.
I hate to break this bonding moment, but the red containers mean they are replacing the company livery with the union livery, which means this strike isn't gonna stop anytime soon.
Thanks, Kim. What's in the container suspended from the crane
that
arm?
one. That should be empty as far as I know. Lots of containers here have nothing in them. They're just waiting to be loaded up.
Where is everyone?
Most of the guys are down at the gates, keeping the scabs from coming in. We're on a strike. The whole union is. You don't have to work when you're on strike.
You can pass the check for me.
We haven't worked for 2 months now.
So no one is working?
Not everyone is down there, of course. Mr. Evrard is in his office, where he always is. And Jean-Luc is guarding the gate. But Titus and his boys got into some drunken trouble and Evrard sent them on a nice vacation. For a week or so.
What kind of trouble did this Titus and his friends get
I'm
into?
not really supposed to talk about that. That's union business. Him and his boys stirred up something in town. Probably drank too much and got into a fight or something. I heard Mr. Everett telling them to take some time off.
What'd they actually do?
I guess the boys got a bit too rowdy and had to let out some steam. I don't really know the details. Well, that's just how boys are, you know. I haven't been in a fight since I was in middle school.
Easy, Leo. Let's keep this on the hearties.
Did they kill someone?
Too late. Leo's mouth is still moving, and the words are spewing forth. Words, words, and look, even more words. This guy could go on till the end of days. Now he's talking about some drunk sawmill owner who... No, he already switched to a prized fishing rod he apparently owned at some point. You know what? Just cut in there with your questions.
Yes, yes. Everybody needs a job, and this is mine. I'm Leonard, by the way. Leonard Bellick. But everyone calls me Leo. I'm like Mr. Everett's right-hand man when Mr. Edgar is out of town. And Mr. Edgar's right-hand man when Mr. Everett is away. Actually, Miss Beaufort is the right-hand man, but she's a lady.
Who is this, Miss Beaufort?
A real pretty lady with a skin like those Douai Sucre candy bars my missus likes so much. Them are real nice to suckle on once the dinner is done and me and the missus sit down beside the radio. But I can't listen to the radio all the time. There's so much to do around here and I'm always busy keeping things running here. Yes, I am. Yes, I am.
Stay on this Miss Beaufort topic.
Thanks, Volition.
Oh, Lizzie. She is a real sharp tool. Mr. Everett put her through some fancy school and everything, east of the river. 4 years she was gone, and when she came back, she was all fancy and lawyerly. But she's a real nice girl. Grew up in this here neighborhood, knows everybody and gets along with everyone. Real pillar of the community one day, I'm sure.
Went to school with somebody always pronounced it lawyer.
For a fraction of a second, there's sadness in his eyes.
If me missus and me was to have a child, I'd be real happy if she turned out like her. But she can't have kids. Doctor, my matron said so. And she knows about such things. Been a doctor for almost 50 years, she has.
So Everett trained a lawyer named Miss Beaufort. Interesting.
Doing a great job around here, Leo.
This place really seems to run like clockwork. Keep it up, Leo.
Well, thanks a lot. Coming from you, it means a lot, really.
The smile becomes even
Some
wider.
of the guys don't really get how much I bust my ass for them here. But you guys are all right.
The white rectangle on your clothes might not mean an awful lot in Martinaise, but the recognition from an authority figure made Leo's day.
Yay!
Oh, you want Mr. Everett then? He's an awfully nice fellow, he is. Him and his brother are both nice fellows. They've lived their entire lives in this here neighborhood. Guys like Mr. Everett and Mr. Edgar, his brother, are real good guys. Made Martinaise what it is today. Mr. Everett and Mr. Edgar and I went to the same school we did when we were boys.
Easy now, Leo. Where can I find him?
Oh, Mr. Everett is usually in his office, of course. But he already left for the day.
Oh, that's
He always leaves
unfortunate.
around 10 p.m.
Why does art inspire you so much?
It does, yes. But what is art?
Excellent question. Art is a diverse range of visual, literary, auditory, and performative creativity. It's an expression of imagination and technical skill. Additionally, it's history, criticism, and pure enjoyment. In short, art is the highest form of human communication, representation, narrative, emotion, and agency.
It's an excellent question. Let me tell you, would I fit into the art world?
Have you looked in the mirror lately? You have the exact features of a savage art critic, with that beard and those clothes, disheveled and prophetic. Perhaps you should try to critique architecture too.
That's stupid. Architecture is stupid. I guess I have been feeling critical lately.
You seek substance. No vapid representations and reproductions of social mores as made manifest in stuffy biennials. We're talking real, living art here. Become the art cop. Half art critic, half cop.
So is this connected to the... Was Art Cop one of the options next to Sorry Cop?
Quit being so indecisive. What are you going for here? Some kind of indecisive and camp aesthetic now? Strike a bold shape here. Go art or go home.
I really want to be all in on Sorry Cop. If I can do this... I feel like I'm overthinking it, that it doesn't really matter. Just do the thing or don't do it, but as long as this isn't detracting from my Sorry Cop at all, it just gives you a thought. Okay, thanks.
Exactly. It's not only your
actual art degree.
Against the criminals of the street, you must also apprehend criminals of the printing press and the gallery, the trite and derivative artists.
But you never need to internalize, right? They just sit there until you spend them.
Criticisms, art cop. The world is yours to rip to pieces and reassemble.
Beautiful. Actual art degree. Can't even look at this shit. Everything is shit. You have to depict employ an armada of adjectives to depict and demean the mediocrity of the works and visual institutions around you. Flex that critical muscle. Really glad that not through any particular design of my own that the channel kind of inadvertently became about playing high Metacritic games after like the first year, because like being nasty to actually bad games is kind of intoxicating, and I think there might be something wrong with like internet critic culture.
A large table with two huge vacuum-insulated thermal.
I still do it sometimes. I'll play a critically acclaimed game that I hate for whatever reason.
Next to the stacks of cups.
It's a feeling I don't enjoy.
Peer into a discarded coffee cup.
I enjoy like enjoying games and being happy and smiling, like this game makes me feel. Thanks, Inland Empire. Why was that challenging? Look at one of the old coffee cups.
You see nothing exceptional. It's a dirty cup, smudged brown, with old ground coffee stuck to the bottom, slowly getting moldy.
Certainly wasn't a waste of time.
Look closer. If you squint your eyes enough, the coffee grounds almost seem to make up two letters, F and K.
Inland Empire is like, it's literally the Dale Cooper skill. Like,
it's a clue.
I feel like that's entirely on purpose too. A clue of what?
A clue about the person behind all the murders.
All the murders.
Yes, of course. It's certainly not just an example
Pareidolia.
of pareidolia. Noticing patterns in noise. Worth it. It's meaningful, I swear. You just wait. I've got the case nearly busted wide open.
We can solve this murder, but first let me talk to you about Tibet. Fuck the coffee.
You would be correct. You snatch up the red plastic card. It features a black contour of a crane lifting a container. The name, Etienne Hogarth, is written in the middle. Below it, in smaller text,
hey, we can get out.
Member of the board. It comes with a magnetic strip meant to open electronic doors.
I don't have to do a crazy jump skill check anymore. It's very exciting. Humidor red alcohol. Made of poverty, sugar, artificial taste enhancers. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, okay, I understand. So it's a usable item, not a holdable item, and it gives you +1 physique, +1 red skills, -1 blue skills. Okay. Kitties. Yes, I love you too, Ben. Let me ask Andrew to feed them. This is where Everett would be during the day, so maybe it's good that we got here late. A taxidermy fish tells time. Of course. Smart man doesn't leave incriminating documents behind.
Yes?
Nothing. Does the portrait in the bottom left ever change during gameplay after you do the mirror thing? So oil and rust come from the chasm in front of you. Hey. I think I want to move that thing. Well, I guess I just saved.
A rusting Elysium on with a loud grind. The crane shifts overhead, moving a massive metal container through the air.
Oh, interesting. That looks safe.
And with a surprisingly quiet thunk, the crane places the container down. This crane was built with a purpose, which has now been fulfilled. To move this container.
Thanks, Inland Empire.
Who can say? All you know is, it's special.
I can't see how that was worth the records, except for seeing the crane in action, which I admit was satisfying.
Oh, good. That follows up from him being enamored by the crane earlier. Aw.
Before you stands a cargo container, just one of many in the yard.
Is this like your thing with that wall again?
It's totally different. I don't want to paint it. I appreciate that doing the wall gives you separate dialogue here.
There are a million containers here. Why are you fixating on this one?
Maybe there's contraband?
You just picked one out because you wanted to interact with a cargo container. We're not here to interact with containers. We are here to get the body down from the tree.
No reply. No reply. You attempt to turn the handle, to no avail. The doors seem to be mechanically locked. To your left, the lieutenant considers your actions with some puzzlement. No reply. You attempt to your left.
Bet there's something really frickin' interesting in there. Cool. But I don't have to repeat the jumping skill check. I assume that the game usually doesn't have you do that. Very exciting. This guy's still here. I don't have to do the critical race theory thing now, which I'm very happy about. I haven't really had to compromise my morals. I almost shot a kid, but is that really compromising my morals? Greater Revachol Industrial Harbor. The kid was a douche. It's true.
Nothing. Her smile just keeps.
Sorry, Grandma. What does Kuno care? You said they changed his voice actor for the final cut, which is interesting. His current voice actor is like kind of iconic. Like him and the narrator and the tie, and I guess the reptilian brain, lizard brain, and limbic system. Higher pitched and screechier. It might just be out of stuff to do because it's so late and there's not a lot to interact with.
A rusting control panel. This panel usually closes the water lock. You pull the lever all the way up until the metal clicks against the contact pins. You hear a soft clunk. Then nothing happens.
Push it harder.
Nothing happens. A cold gust of wind blowing in from the sea interrupts the silence of the situation. A spring brings the lever back to its original position. You still need to close the water lock to get across the canal. Some other way. Wasn't there
on
a sign
Wednesday?
up there saying functionality will be restored on Wednesday morning?
Cool. Thanks, Task. The world is open to me now that I have an understanding of how money works and how much money I need per day. Can I just pay that immediately, like first thing in the morning? Get it out of my inventory? Still don't have a map of the town, I guess. wall is still pretty awesome, I gotta say.
Can't believe you didn't take the shot. Fucking coward. Waved a gun like a clown. Next time you point that shit at me, you better take the shot.
She continues to be here. All due to you being a coward and not shooting her. The contempt is thick enough to cut through with a knife.
So you can't actually shoot her, it just ends the game? It's crazy. Have all of the wrong kind of healing item. Oh, she's still out here. Oh shit.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with at this late hour? Matter of fact, I don't.
Why is
I have a medical condition of my own. Nothing unusual, though. I'm old, you see.
That's good.
Of course. That's what I'm here for.
You're on a boat, and... You know something about these tattoos?
That's the man who was killed. I'm afraid this is a discussion for once we've cleared the lynching question.
You know something about the tattoos?
Better not tie the forestay to the batstay on this. I hope there is something else I can help you with.
She wants to answer the question. Protocol keeps her from it.
Quite a few things, I'm afraid. The information I'm to share with you includes sensitive trade secrets.
Secret
For the
task.
sake of my employer, I have to ask for your names and badge numbers.
Of course, ma'am. We should have introduced ourselves. I am Lieutenant Kitsuragi from Precinct 57.
I don't know who I am.
This is my colleague from Precinct 41. I'm afraid he doesn't have his badge at the moment. I hope mine will suffice.
How curious. Why is that, Detective?
Awkwardness washes over the conversation. The woman doesn't like this turn of events.
My partner told you I recently suffered from an unusual medical episode.
I see. So, are you saying you lost your badge during the course of this episode?
Could have eaten it for all I know. I don't remember anything.
Oh dear. Some kind of encephalopathic amnesia. I don't even know how to respond. I do believe you, naive as that may sound. I simply can't imagine what you gain by faking such a condition.
Fair.
As I said, ma'am, his technique may be very unconventional, but he is an officer of the RCM.
Of course, I sympathize. But I'm afraid I simply can't share anything more until I've seen that badge.
Ah.
She's a professional negotiator. She should be open to some sort of mutually beneficial arrangement.
What kind of arrangement?
I mean, favors for favors. A dirty alliance of some sort. Consider this. Perhaps she has been planning...
Dirty alliance?
all along. That you convince yourself into colluding with her.
I should have done the sympathy and then done what kind of arrangement and then done it again.
Feeling will guide the way.
I assure you, it is no small matter for me either.
This is my main
we
thing.
all share the responsibility for disarming this situation.
Oh, I missed that.
hope you have a
Okay.
badge for me as soon as possible.
It's not like a side case for me. This is my main thing.
She's silent. The wind flaps the sail above her.
Officer. You know, I don't mean to sound cold, but if you want something, you have to give something back. More than just guilt.
You're doing it. Despite your own best efforts, you're still getting in.
I feel like this... I played XCOM, which is like infamous for having unfair percentages, and throughout the game felt, oh, these percentages are pretty fair. Right? I would lose on 90% here and there. I'm like, yeah, that seems that happens about 1 out of 10 times. And maybe it's because there is no fudging going on in Disco Elysium, or because there are significantly fewer rolls, that each roll is completely precious, and it stings every time a 72% fails.
I'll be frank with you.
It's like a 3 out of 4.
If I'm going
It's
to break protocol, I need to be
reasonable
able to
that you would
justify
fail.
it to my superiors. They're going to want to see something
Right.
tangible,
Well, see, that's weird. Like, why does XCOM have a reputation for, like, being unfair and not fudging in your favor then if it so clearly fudges in your favor?
The Union is conducting drug trade out of the harbour. It's an open secret in Martinez. Surely it must not come as a complete surprise to the RCM either. Perhaps it's time to look into it. Or you can find your badge, which honestly seems like a lost
Sounds like your
cause.
D&D RNG, yeah.
A word in private before we continue. This is not going quite as I hoped it would, Detective.
No, I totally get that it's confirmation bias. I'm surprised that XCOM has that reputation when it so obviously fudges in your favor, I guess is all I'm saying.
Honestly, I was expecting you to use your unorthodox technique to keep her off balance.
Yeah.
And, you know, not volunteer us to be her henchmen.
Fewer, more significant roles. Also, the numbers seem to float more around that magical, like, 42 to 72% range, right? Whereas in XCOM, you can start to control it so that you have a really high chance to hit most of the time.
This woman is running circles around us. She might have known about your misplaced badge all along. Or she's simply an adept.
I tried, Kim.
We've played straight into her hands.
He doesn't let it show, but there is a limit to how much the consequences of your unprofessional behavior can cost the investigation. Maybe this is all her plan. She might have heard about you.
You just, find my badge.
Oh, that would be fantastic, but do we have the time? The world is large and your badge is 8 by 6 centimeters.
The situation might have changed drastically by the time you locate it. Time is of the essence.
I was really hoping it was going to be in my
could
coat.
Request a new one from the station, but that would literally take months. I wouldn't go that far. Her reaction did come off as sincere to me. I think she's just quick to adapt. She's a professional, after all. Yes. Knowing this does not really change our position, however. I'm sure you will, Detective. No. If there is reasonable suspicion, we must investigate. Otherwise, she could claim we are siding with the Union, or that we are on their take. We'd never hear the end of it. What I propose is, we ask her, then we investigate, briefly. But do not share the outcome of this investigation with her. We tell her it's done, and demand for her information on the lynching.
That makes sense to me.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with?
Need someone to give me a lowdown in this reality we're in.
Reality?
Yes, reality is your side case.
Great follow-up to this is my main case.
Experimental side case.
No time to explain. Just give me the lowdown. It's related to the medical episode. I have trouble remembering even the most basic terms of reality.
Yes, the episode. Sounds like an acute case of encephalopathy, now that I think of it.
Don't be phased, madame. He functions perfectly well. He only needs a lowdown on all of reality.
We may be here a while then. Ask away, officer. I'll help however I can.
All right, we're in. I know these all look good, but begin with the first, okay?
Where are we?
Martinez, baby.
Baby?
A casual term of endearment popular among the 50-plus crowd. It's a disco holdover, pay it no heed. Aren't we all?
She refers to your corresponding ages.
Martinez is a district of Revachol. A very small district tucked away near the industrial harbour, north of the 881 and Jamrock. You would be excused for not knowing about it. Unimportant, they say. Forgotten, even. Shelled to smithereens during the Revolution.
I love that the cryptozoologist is like, you need to go find a rich person to give you the lowdown on reality.
I'm not a good ambassador. I've only been here once before, as a teenager. Not a lot has changed. There are ruins, a terminal, fishing boats, reeds, boys with boxy shoulders.
A brief spike of longing in her upright body. The dots under her eyelids shake.
This place used to be a province, a workers' resort before the city swallowed it and the artillery did its work. The reeds are the real star of the show here now. The further down the coast, the wilder it gets.
Tell me about another, perhaps even more fundamental aspect of reality.
Yes, I was slumming it with some girlfriends of mine. We had boats and... Don't hold it against me. The boys certainly did not.
You mentioned a sea.
It's not really a sea, it's the Bay of Revachol. And the bay feeds into the ocean. Yes, we're on an island in an ocean. The world's largest body of water, the Insulindic.
Interesting.
Known to the early Revacholians as Les Immensités Bleues, the blue immensities, vast, lukewarm and unknowable, flowing in and out of sight.
Caillou. Imagine a pebble. A smoothed over pebble amidst a great blue sea, misshapen, cracked. The cracks are the river Esperance. We're in the delta of this river on the 6th branch, the Martinez distributary.
It is clear this pebble is of enormous value to her and to humanity at large.
What's Revachol?
Revachol? Revachol is what you call a city, the great kind.
As if it's self-explanatory, beyond patriotism, a fact.
History detective. They built this city to resolve history. Our part in it, at least. Our centuries.
Who built this city?
The nations of the Occident, or migrant workers from Seminine and Ile-Marat, depending on your creed.
When was
In
Revachol
the
built?
DeLorean century. 380 years ago.
Why will it resolve
They
history?
say it's where the terrible questions of our time will be answered. The tensions are highest, the fault lines deepest. By that I mean conflicts. Ideological conflicts. The stuff of men. We are standing on a fertile, self-sufficient island able to sustain up to 200 million people in the middle of the Insulindic Ocean, the world's connective tissue. It's where the money is.
We're in an unimportant part of an important
I think
place.
it's fair to say so. Martinez is about 22 kilometers from the center of the world. That soldering iron is the bank of the world building. The bottom floors are Insiacom. Coalition government, Insulindian Mission Command.
Silence. She lowers her hand. The water, the light. It's as though you're seeing it for the first time. There is no recognition.
You so rarely get red checks in dialogue. Makes sense.
And the cold radiating from it.
Where are we?
We are where we are. I have no
Derealization.
true answer to give, unfortunately.
This is one thought you need to complete. Where are you?
Was there something else you wanted to know? I remember something about a lowdown.
This has been informative. Thank you, man. I'm sure my memory-impaired partner has many more questions to ask, about even more fundamental aspects of reality. Might I suggest not asking them all right now? Messier will be here later too, and tomorrow. Isn't that true, ma'am?
Absolutely. My commitment here is long-term.
Won't I be lazy if I don't do it all now? I mean, I'm trying to burn through time until 2 a.m., so I think I'll keep going.
That is understandable, but perhaps it's better not to eat all your candy at once.
I love the game is recognizing that the lore dumps are candy and that they put a lot here.
I'm always at your service.
What times are these?
These are unimportant times, Detective. You and I were born after the dust had settled. 1,000th of a second too late.
Too late for what?
For the big time. The revolution. It's quite easy. Every 100 years or so, our species gets together to decide what's next, who gets shot in the head, and who gets the mineral rights. It's a real kerfuffle.
Who got shot in the head? Who got the mineral rights?
Those would be the communists. Generally speaking, 40 million people got shot in the head during the World Revolution. But the communists, they all got shot in the head.
She's not gloated. It's a relieved celebration.
Oh, and the anarchists too. They shot them well. So well, one forgets they even existed.
The communists and the anarchists shoot back.
Before they got shot themselves, they shot 2 million people.
Truly a kerfuffle.
Yeah, it was a kerfuffle, all right.
Yes, the Insulindian deluge, they call it.
I had a deluge too in my head.
Yes, an acute thiamine deficiency can be exacerbated by alcoholism. Exacerbated means made worse.
Thanks, Joyce. I have points in encyclopedia.
Oh, lots of people. Even the king got shot in the head, or thrown beneath a horse, or drowned. Accounts differ. It was unceremonious. Just as well, he wasn't actually the king. Just the king's nephew. The real king abdicated and lived out a long and productive life as a venture capitalist in Grad.
I love that king fucking communist.
I prefer the term risk-averse. King Guillaume was nobody's fool. He could smell a PR disaster brewing, so he got out alive, and his nephew Fricelle got shot in his place. Him and tens of thousands of his wonderfully fascist kingsmen. It was a wild time.
Who got the mineral
The
rights?
Liberals got the mineral rights. And by mineral rights, I mean everything.
By liberals, you mean?
Liberals are usually middle-class people, Detective. Or the remaining gentry. The beneficiaries of the pre-revolutionary arrangement. Some were rich enough to stay with the Constitution, with monarchy. Big mistake. Others bet on the revolution. They were called the ultras, or ultra-liberals. They fared well. They didn't win so much as survive. We were the last ones standing when the war ended. Everyone else got shot in the head, remember?
We. She's one of them. Of course.
Who was there to surrender
Foreign
to?
intervention. The coalition. Those people really took the mineral rights.
You said the liberals took everything.
The liberals took everything that wasn't nailed to the ground. The coalition took the ground. The ocean, the laws, and the people.
Who are the
Of
coalition?
nations. Grad, Mesk, Vesper, Messina, Oranje, and Sur-le-Clay, the armed center of the world. They landed here and ended the revolution. It was the moralist thing to do.
She's like explaining the leanings from
There is
the
bitterness
status
in her
screen.
voice, tempered with understanding. She is critical, but ultimately understands the cause.
Moralist?
The moralists believe in keeping everything exactly the way it is. They believe in mineral rights, and not shooting people in the head.
I like the use of the phrase shooting people in the head.
At least not
Like,
in the same manner and volume as the others do. They are the long-standing provisional rulers of Revachol now, the coalition government. This is their zone of control. They embolden the RCM with crumbs of the same law they took. Technically speaking, you are a moralist.
technically.
The color of moralism is blue. The official motto of Moral Intern, or Moralist International, is a blue forget-me-not, a piece of grey sky. Unofficial. For a moment, there was hope.
Always picking the option that doesn't commit to anything, then hell yes I am, and also not. I'm not a moralist, ma'am.
Of course. Not easy to be moderate about head shooting in your line of work.
When was the kerfuffle?
The turn of the century revolution? Don't answer it. It's a trick question.
And we got the lore treasure trove here.
The revolution began in '02 on the Isla of Grad, though by the end, nearly the whole world had gotten involved. It wasn't a who, but a what. A pandemic of Zarat, a particularly virulent prion disease, which the authorities in Grad proved unable to contain. Then Marzolf came along and overthrew the government.
Which is presumably not actually a potato disease.
It made people overthrow their governments.
No way.
Indeed. Zarat is a highly infectious microorganism that destroyed brain tissue. The actual causes of the revolution were material. The pandemic only provided the spark.
It was a funny time in history. They discovered transistors and rock music, but they didn't know anything about prions. Nobody did.
From Revachol and Grad? Not far. The world managed to cauterize itself. Marzolf's government was overthrown in '08, and the coalition crushed the Revachol commune 2 years later. It was the end.
He blamed it on potatoes, though.
Why? You and I, officer. Our lives in the zone of control.
Something tells you her life and yours are not that similar. Maybe it's because she has a boat and you have that necktie? A pair of pants?
Lives are very different.
No doubt. But we share the same time and position on the planet's crust. That counts for more than you think.
You do that, like, 3-ladder structure thing that we were talking about in Discord a few months ago. That there's, like, the economic losers are on the bottom ladder, the educated gentry are on the middle ladder, and they don't really get to see the world the way it really is. They just, like, are obsessed with being interesting. And then you have the sociopaths, like, on the top ladder, the ultra-rich, who also see the world clearly and just, like, devour others. Pretty sure this lady's on the sociopath ladder. Like, she can real talk to me, right?
A city-state divided into free market zones under the everlasting interregnum of the Coalition of Nations. And you, of course, the citizens' militia.
The clatter of typewriter keys fills the main hall of the reappropriated silk mill. Precinct 41. Chad Tilbrook presses enter. Outside, Officer Elfboy Williams slams the door of an armored motor carriage.
Interesting.
The zone of control is the third incarnation of Revachol.
Like how
after the failure of the suzerain and
cop
the
spirit sometimes gives you lore about what the cops are doing right now.
Modernity. They developed the marvels of the inter-eslary communication. Telematic milieus, radiation, colored plastics. Meanwhile, in Revachol West, the aftermath continues for the 5th decade.
51 minus 8 equals 43.
Thanks, logic.
Time flies.
What have we been doing all that
The
time?
20s saw a decade of urban war, west of the river leveled, offshore platforms in flames. Still, it's regarded as an improvement on what came before. 08 to 19 was simply hell. The 30s? Things settled down in the 30s. Revachol East transformed itself into the world's largest tax haven, with the international community's blessing. For the first time in a long time, it seemed like things were going somewhere.
Then you happened. Your youth in the 30s.
Yeah, but I think that they're also doing like a the check level is arbitrary. The fact that it's medium isn't connected to reality, but I can make it make sense by arguing like, well, not everyone who's paying attention in a conversation stops to go, oh, I can figure out the time gap based on context clues from what she said. Right? I feel like if she said, hey, detective, what's 58 minus 7 or whatever, like that would be a trivial check, but it was because you came to the conclusion, oh, I should think about this, that it made it a higher difficulty check. Anyway, that's when they discovered disco.
Yes, and quantitative easing. It was a market mirage, unfortunately. The 40s dispelled it. An Isla-wide hangover, you might say. So, here we are.
It's almost like we're pining for that disco heaven era, that
Welcome to reality, baby.
disco Elysium. Hey, I got my reality lowdown for 70 XP. Nice.
The 50s haven't been much better for the zone of control. You can see it in her eyes. Days slipping away.
Uno backwards is medium.
I've no right to be dissatisfied. This shirt is Barbara Muscova. This raincoat is impervious to rain and is guaranteed for 100 years. My daughters will wear it. No, it's just...
I guess I read a lot of those checks as, does it occur to you to think about this, as opposed to, once it has occurred to you to think about this, how challenging is it to process the thought, right?
We could have had so much more.
Absolutely.
Every one of us. If only we played it right.
What would you have done differently?
Good question. What would you have done differently?
Would have sought a medical solution.
So a quarter of humanity simply lost their minds. And how would you stop a prion, a complex folding protein, unlife, with a technology 50 years ago?
Privatize healthcare and a work ethic that does not turn your brain into sponge tissue. Yeah, I'm starting to see how some of these dialogue options are like aligning with the alignment compass. Fascist, ultra-liberal, moralist.
Good hygiene. Really. A very moderate solution to an extreme problem. It's those sort of half measures that doomed the authorities in Grad.
Yeah, think about the things that aren't occurring to you all the time, exactly.
When they failed to step up, Marzov and his party stepped in. In this particular case, maybe a more robust state response might have been appropriate.
Opinions expressed here do not reflect the official position of the RCM.
And what is your official position, Lieutenant?
My position, ma'am? My parents got ripped to shreds in the revolution. I would have gone the same way. I was saved by being 2 years old. That's my position. The abattoir.
Understandable. They are what they are. Who knows? An afterbloom may yet come. Anyway, enough sentimentality.
Not so fast. Who is she in all this? Ask her who she is. She owes you an answer.
Want to know what you are. And what is reach for something fundamental?
She won't maneuver her way out of this one.
What are you?
I am the vilest of the vile. A traitor. A devourer of nations and infants.
Sudden flash of teeth.
I am an ultra.
She raises the corner of her mouth, smirking, revealing a canine.
Oh god, there's been some fucking funny lines in this game. I think this is my favorite. Dios mío. Liberal.
Yes. I am the nether creature of the Forbidden Swamp. I pushed the king under a shit wagon and betrayed the revolution. My kind surrendered the nation to financial colonists. I can see you thought we'd gone extinct. After all,
she's Margaret
no
Thatcher.
sane person identifies as an ultra-liberal anymore. Not in broad daylight. You're a centrist at heart. A
No.
real moralist, no? Tell me, now that I've uncoiled myself, do you find me frightening?
In her green eyes, you see a mixture of truth and self-satire. Decades of guilt and pride.
I forgive you, but only because you're charming. I don't care. You're a monster.
Pity. I hope we can remain collegial despite it. Remember, we were partners, whether you like to admit it or not. There's blood on many hands, I assure you.
EQ is, I mean, like, I guess three comments on that. One, like, games automatically suspend political quarantine when they become overtly political. I think we're going to talk about a lot of that kind of stuff when we play Last of Us 2 next week, for example. 2, I amended the rules so that anything that's pro-human rights and pro-science is on the table, and that opens up a lot of topics as kosher for discussion. I just shunt stuff to political quarantine when it starts to become an argument, right? And there gets to be fighting.
When the dust settled, the Liberals were the only ones left to clean up the mess. By virtue of their
And I didn't have a third
survival,
thing.
They were handed enormous power to shape the future. This was all our last generation managed.
I failed my real-life conceptualization check to come up with a third thing while I was talking. Would you have done something differently?
With due respect to our overlords, the eternal caretaker government that keeps Martinez a monument to the efficacy of its artillery, I would not have relinquished sovereignty to the Coalition. Not here in Martinez, and not in the Stella Maris or Delta Beachheads either. If not for my own sake.
She realizes her small, cold fists are clenched. She loosens them.
Then for my daughters. We had an obligation to defend our sovereignty. We should have burned the whole Isla down rather than let them have it.
Dark orange flames reflect in her green eyes. An oil fire on the ocean.
You have daughters?
Yes. Whatever else I am, I'm also a mother and a wife. Now, shall we return to reality?
Yeah. Well, I mean, to me, like, there is no keeping it to the setting in most cases. Like, fiction is, because it's written by people who exist in the real world, necessarily a commentary on reality, right? Like, and so when a game has themes that echo real-life events or real-life figures or real-life people, I think that it instantly becomes relevant for discussion. I guess the main purpose of having some kind of, like, restriction on political discussion and religious discussion is to just, like, not have it appear out of the blue and, like, dominate chat, because it becomes difficult to disentangle from, and that's particularly frustrating when it's off topic. But if it's on topic in a game like this, or in a game that, like, deals with religion or faith or something like that, I feel like we played a game where we talked a lot about religion. Talos Principle? Religion and philosophy. Then it's fine, you know.
It's a neurological disorder caused by a lack of vitamin B in the brain. Symptoms.
They gave a shout out to Marks and Engels at the Game Awards. Nice.
It's quite serious. You should get yourself checked out.
She conveys it in short, cold bursts, trying not to invest too deeply in the condition of this doomed detective. In case he goes down later, souring the entire portfolio.
I love when there's dialogue and then one skill comments and then another skill replies to that skill. Like, it doesn't happen frequently, but... What causes encephalopathy?
Well, it's either bariatric surgery or long-term alcohol use.
It's definitely the drinking.
She nods slowly.
Yes, and perform autoerotic asphyxiation on yourself with your funny necktie out in the open somewhere.
Let's try this one.
It
Cop
remains a
poo.
mystery what she'd mean by this something close. This isn't about you. It's about reality.
So given that this is a 3% chance, that means the only way it can happen is if I get double sixes.
A strange coldness comes over you as you look at the world. The waves sway the sloop slowly. That's all.
Hey, I never actually researched the critical race theory shit. Instead, I took off my pants and jumped off a ledge. I found a way to avoid becoming a racist in this awful world.
It's on the tip of your tongue, a doubt of sorts already in your head.
I was willing to do
It's not
anything.
fully formed yet. You have to wait and return to this later, once the jamais vu thought is complete.
Okay.
A bird? A sphenicid?
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
A flightless bird of
It'll
the
be fun to get a
polar
natural 20 or double six at some point. Am I really that awkward?
Of course you're not, my dear. I'm just terrible at guessing games.
What is this place here?
This is the pier of Rue de Saint-Ghislain, 33A, where the tenants have been kind enough to rent me a slot. Or two. A pre-revolutionary tenement. Old buildings are called tenements, you see. And new buildings, bâtiments. After les bâtiments nouveaux. But 33A and 33B are not nouveaux. They're old. This one used to be 8 to 10 stories tall. A real high-rise by the standards of the last century. Built to mirror the skyscrapers across the bay in the Delta. That was before the war, of course. Mostly the urban middle class, I believe. This was once primo real estate, before the cannons lopped 4 or 5 stories off.
Splat, splat.
It's the name of the thought, I think, in this one.
Wonderful.
Is it advanced race theory? Okay.
The girl in the old lady rags looks like a sullen and rebellious member of a teen infraculture.
Everybody reaches a crossroads in their life where they have to choose between becoming a virulent racist who believes that people who eat potatoes and can't eat cheese are the scum of the earth, or, buckle up, take your pants off, take your shoes off, and throw yourself off a ledge 3 times in a row and almost die to a heart attack.
Yes, you and I belong to the
Story for the
supraculture.
ages.
We're common, the herd. The music on the radio, the food in the chain restaurant, those are all too popular for the girl in the old lady rags. She prefers a fantasy world, an infraculture with its own dress code and vernacular. It is an illusion, I'm afraid. There is no refuge from the supraculture.
Yeah, it's one crazy racist guy who's like this big buff dude that you're supposed to punch him or learn about his weird racism or jump over a ledge. So I jumped over a ledge. There might also be other ways to get in too, but I went with that one. Explain the same thing, but to a child.
Young people who dye their hair funny colors and wear old people's clothes are stupid, and their little rebellion is self-defeating. All right, what next?
Suddenly, you're not so sure you're part of the supraculture.
I mean, part of the
And
infraculture.
what would that be?
Disco.
I can see that, yes. I dabbled in those dark arts myself, not so long ago. I assure you, it was a thoroughly supracultural phenomenon. All permeating. Downright mandatory.
Yeah, me too.
Nothing infra about disco, baby. Those days are long behind me. And even in the early 30s, I would say I was more of a
Dark
new
art of
girl.
disco.
Disco was a minor, but still enjoyable facet of the whole thing for me. The new. A cultural era. And the name of the decade it ravished, the 30s. It came out of post-revolutionary Revachol. It was ultra-liberal. It involved lots of partying, as you might imagine, and champagne-colored everything. By the looks of it, that would have been when you came of age. Now,
I'm straight edge.
of course, you're much more grounded. A serious detective on a case called Reality.
Thanks for getting me to
Glad you've been of
reality at 1 in the
assistance.
morning.
The little that I know. Anything else? Everything. Right up to, but not including, trade secrets.
I don't want to hear about trade secrets.
First, you'd have to repeal the Emergencies Act of Trade in Aliments. That gives me the right to silence. It's quite the octopus.
An octopus, I will slay it.
Luck is only kept in place by the vested interests of half the civilized world, including your own.
What the ma'am means is that the Emergencies Act and the RCM both get their authority from the coalition government.
You'd be shooting yourself in the foot, in other words.
But I am derailing us. You wanted to know about the strike.
What is your role in this?
I believe the official title is Senior Labor Negotiator. In practice, I'm a grocery clerk. I relay the union's demands to Wild Pines and return with Wild Pines' counteroffer.
And how are the talks going?
They're not. That's the problem. The union stopped all negotiations a week ago, after that awful lynching took place.
Wait, she just admitted that the lynching and the strike are connected.
Now they won't even let me into the harbour. There's a 2-meter 20 racist behemoth blocking the gates.
God. You mean Jean-Luc, my race mentor? He's a great teacher. Ew. Strike is connected to the lynching.
Yes, I believe there is a connection, but that's a subject for later. Let's say I was not making the kind of progress I'd hoped for when I first arrived.
And when did you first arrive?
I arrived 3 weeks ago. Yes, in the middle of February. The bay was still partially frozen then. I prefer to do these things on site, like the RCM.
But the strike began in December.
I wasn't the original negotiator here. I took over after Mr. Gaumont hit a wall with Mr. Clare, the union boss. Mr. Clare refused to speak with Gaumont despite concessions he'd granted the union in prior negotiations.
This isn't the first time the union has gone on strike?
Heavens no. There have been 2 prior strikes. Both times the union won significant concessions, including overtime pay and a medical plan. This time their demands are more, I guess you could say, aggressive.
What happened to
Mr. Clare
Gaumont?
told him to, how did he put it? Fuck off, midget. Gaumont is short of stature, you see.
Not cool.
Keep in mind, this is a negotiator Mr. Clare has worked with before, and who was more than fair with him and the union.
What are their
There are
demands?
leaflets everywhere, and banners. What did they say again? Oh yes. Every worker, a member of the board.
Most of the workers probably don't know what that means.
Then you might also like their other slogan. Demand democracy.
Not communist enough for me.
Personally, I agree. It lacks the pizzazzo of
Hey,
every worker
achievement
a member
unlocked.
of the
Biggest
board.
communism builder.
It's quite simple, you see. Every time the Wild Pines group makes a decision about what, about anything really, it needs the signature of each of the 2,200 workers in its Martinez terminal. Just so you understand, this is but one of 22 terminals owned by Wild Pines. Essentially, not only are they kings of the company, they are also kings of the 72,000 employees of Wild Pines Group.
King is dead. Long live the
That
workers.
may well be. It's not up to me to decide who is king, but as negotiations go, it's not a swell start. I'm not sure. Naturally, I assume that was just their opening position, a hard-nosed tactic with a side of mockery. But there's been no follow-up, just the same nonsensical slogan repeated over and over again. And now, people are getting lynched, I hear. Behind the whirling in rags. A disastrous situation if there ever was one.
Excuse me, from whom did you hear about this lynching?
I first heard it from the boyar at the gates. The one whose very name advertises his aversion to work. I think he said it was, "Call me mañana."
This checks out.
This checks out, yeah.
The scabs? You mean the
We're
huddled
at time
masses
here,
of
but I'm going to try to
Jamrock
finish up this
come
part of
to
the
plead for work
conversation.
where the union refuses to?
Don't let her answer it herself.
If these workers were organized by Wild Pines or its affiliates, then it would be a company secret. I could not share it with you. Not yet, at least.
It's implied. She's open to discussing this matter with you at a later occasion.
Did it say whose? Yeah, that should be WHOSE.
Everard Clare is a man of the utmost integrity. If you can say one thing about him, it's that he always puts the interests of the workers first.
Really?
Of course not. Everard is fantastically corrupt. I imagine he has a thick, viscous goo where you and I have blood.
It can't be that
He is
bad.
the most corrupt individual I have ever seen, and I deal with men like him.
There
for a
are
living.
2 of him?
If there is anyone more venal, more irredeemably nepotistic, then it's his twin brother, Edgar. Yes.
Yeah.
Edgar looks exactly like his brother.
We had a couple
except for
minor
that lazy
errors
eye.
earlier with like a
He
voice
also
line
talks
playing.
exactly like Evrart does. And when one's term as foreman is up, the other takes over.
That's interesting.
It's how they circumvent the term limits, you see, with a funny little switcheroo. While in office, they've embezzled God knows how much of their workers' dues.
What about the union itself?
The Debardeurs Union was once a perfectly normal institution. 20 years ago, anyway. It must not have been easy to establish under the Emergency Act, but they did it. I can respect that. Organized labor at its best, as they say. Then something happened in the local chapter elections. The brothers Clare came and transformed it into a... how do you say?
A mob. The Debardeurs are a crime syndicate. Sad as it may be, I suspect we'll be forced to cooperate with them.
Refreshingly honest, officer. The company has tried appeasing in the past, but I'm afraid our concessions have only emboldened Evrart and his brother. And your opinion, detective, if I may ask? I'm a curious and talkative person, you see. Would you say the Debardeurs Union is...
Yeah, an advocate for the rights of local
Why
working
do you
men.
think so?
Can't fault them for a little corruption.
Ha! A real man of the left. What else can I tell you about?
Something happened in the elections?
I'm glad you asked. There was a woman, the previous forewoman of the Union. She disappeared.
Disappeared?
Yes. On the last day of the local chapter elections, her daughter phoned in and said she wasn't running anymore. Or coming to work. Ever. End of story.
This forewoman, her name?
This forewoman, her name?
Sadly, the company records do not even give a name. She's just forewoman in private correspondence. Holly. I don't even know if it's a sir or given name. And I don't have access to the Union's files.
Eerie.
Downright haunting, if you ask me. The Wild Pines suspected foul play, but what could they do? It was a Union matter. The point of the presentation is, these kinds of things happen around the Clares. Watch out when you're dealing with him.
Thank you for your concern, ma'am. We'll be just fine.
Of course. How else
All right.
can I help?
Future Marstead, you still have 18 minutes to talk to this lady about the crime. Run out the clock here with the text that you haven't attempted yet. You do have a floating skill point that you probably want to hold on for a while. You might want to pick up a new thought slot, though, but I'm thinking it makes sense to try to keep a skill point in escrow in case you need it for something, and then only spend when you have more than one. But yeah, you can start doing one of these other thoughts. Might be kind of cool to pursue. Other than that, once you get to the end of the day, you should automatically have a debrief. It's not something you actually had to time. It's just going to happen automatically. So no stress there. Remember to pay your hotel bill. It's $20. Do it first thing in the morning if you can. This game continues to be awesome. Thanks, folks.